They started with the focus on teaching techniques required to teach constitutional law, jurisprudence, and human rights law. The first session of the day saw Professor Dr. T.V. Subbarao, Professor Emeritus VIPS, expounding that constitutional law and jurisprudence are two irreducible minimum subjects in any law course. He compared the teaching of constitutional law to an intellectual feast and went on to share the 9 steps required for teaching constitutional law successfully. The first step, according to him, is to decide upon whether to adopt a learner-centric approach or a curriculum-centric approach. It has to be followed up by evolving a strategy in accordance with one's own style of functioning to attain the goals of the teaching process, which is the second step. The third crucial step is to set the objectives of the subject. It is the domain of every teacher to set his or her own objectives for the teaching process. However, while setting the objectives for teaching constitutional law, it is necessary to include as an objective to make the students understand the goals, the values, and the importance of constitutionalism, the doctrine of stare decisis, judicial activism, judicial dynamism, and the importance of the bare text of the Constitution. The fourth step being the evolution and evaluation of the course content. The fifth step, according to Sir, is to assess the challenges in dealing with constitutional law. There are concepts such as prospective overruling, which may be difficult for the students to understand. Special care must be taken so that students can overcome these challenges. Every teacher should therefore have a brief outline as to how each topic must be discussed in the class. Subsequently, Sir laid stress on formulating and evolving appropriate steps for teaching constitutional law, which according to him was the sixth step. This may be undertaken through Socratic method or case study method or lecture method as need be. In the implementation of this teaching methodology, one should be very careful to ensure that a teacher has value neutrality, since constitutional questions have a tendency of spilling into debates on political controversies. Keeping pace with the times, Professor Rao shared the seventh step, which involves using ICT to meaningfully supplement the classroom teaching. He followed it up by emphasizing the eighth step, which according to him was reviewing the understanding, comprehension, and retention by the class. The ninth and the last step is to undertake evaluation of the students through examinations, presentations, case comments, and reports. After this focused delineation of steps to teach constitutional law, Professor Subbarao addressed the queries of the participants. We moved on to the next session of the day, which was dedicated to the teaching of jurisprudence. We were fortunate to have Professor Dr. Aladi Subramaniam, former principal, VR Law College, Andhra Pradesh, with us. Sir began the session by recognizing that the subject of jurisprudence is stigmatized to be dry, dull, and uninteresting. It is a stupendous task to evince the interest of students in the subject. It is not easy to comprehend, leading to an anxiety in the students. He shared many anecdotes from his life to highlight that teaching of jurisprudence should be looked upon as any other problem in life. According to him, teaching jurisprudence entails answering 4 questions of why, what, how, and when. So further elaborated and went on to answer these questions. In answer to the why question, he stressed that jurisprudence needs to be taught because it is the eye and the grammar of law. The way eyes are one of the most important sensory organs and help us to see true beauty of nature, similarly, jurisprudence helps us in understanding each and every subject of law. It improves insight and critical faculties and is famously called the lawyer's extraversion. As regards to what should be taught as part of jurisprudence, Sir opined that the answer to this question depends essentially on what is the objective of the course. One may have general principles of jurisprudence as a compulsory subject and other detailed aspects such as foundations and background of concepts adjusted as optional subjects. There are two views on when should jurisprudence be taught. Sir shared that there are two alternative views. The first view prescribes that jurisprudence be taught in the early years, while the contrarian view, according to him, is that it should be taught when students of law have attained certain maturity and understanding of basic laws. In response to the last question on how to teach jurisprudence, Sir stressed that one must draw parallels from everyday life experiences. He exemplified this by enriching his lecture with his own life experiences. For the last session of the day, we were privileged to have with us Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Director, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. Before he delved into the topic for the session, he unveiled VIPS publication on Parliament sessions of 2019. Thereafter, Professor Sinha addressed the issue of teaching and research in human rights law. Sir opined that normally the teaching of human rights law begins with the study of norms pertaining to international human rights regime. He, however, differed with this approach and recommended that better approach would be to incorporate some type of content adjustment to stimulate the interest of the students in the subject. This may be in the form of incorporating a theoretical background for the legal regime, or by providing the interaction between international human rights regime and the municipal laws of the nation as a background. Called upon the participants to also look at how ground realities of everyday life could be picked up to initiate talk on the subject in the class. He further remarked that there are a lot of emerging themes in the field of international human rights law, which can be taken up in the teaching and research of human rights. One example being the interaction between human rights and business concerns. Sir also correlated this with the topical issue of COVID-19 and its impact on the study and teaching of human rights. He specifically made mention of the interaction between human rights and the activities of World Health Organization, and the interaction between right to development and the right to health insofar as the right to economic development of people, such as migrant workers, and their right to health are seen to be at odds during the lockdown. He also made out a case for evaluating how far international human rights instruments have been able to influence the policies relating to human rights at the national level. The session was again followed up by a few questions and answers. I congratulate and thank the speaker and the participants for the profound and the groundbreaking sessions of day 2. Now, building on the momentum of the earlier 2 days, today we are poised to delve into the importance of values in education in session 1, which will be followed up by effective engagement of students and soft skill development in session 2. The third session of the day would be dedicated to recapitulating the takeaways from the previous 2 days' sessions, and it is titled as Sum and Substance. We'll have a few presentations after Subbarao sir's session from the following participants. I would request the following participants whose name I'm going to take up to be ready to share their learnings after sir's session. Dr. Anurupa Chetia, Dr. Evivi, Arundhati Sharma, Avinash Bhagwan, Shivam Gaur, Harshita Harshu, Ramya Guna, Garma Yadav, Gurmanpreet Kaur, Jyoti Jain, Kanchan Lavanya, Kanika Dhingra, Megha Sadhu, Mohita Yadav, Dr. B. Muthukumar, Neha Tripathi, Prerna Gulati, Dr. Shilpa Khatri Babbar, Shruti Goel, Shuchita Agarwal, Suresh Kumar, Swati R, Prachi Tyagi, Unanza Gulzar, and Veer Mayank. You all are kindly requested to be ready with your presentations. And the same shall be taken up after Sir's lecture. Few of them will be taken up after Sir's lecture, and the rest of them will be scheduling them for the latter half of the day. Moving on, the importance of values in education is a topic that is extremely relevant in today's times. We're extremely fortunate to be led into today's sessions by none other than Professor Dr. T.V. Subbarao, Professor Emeritus, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies. He needs no introduction, as we have been the recipient of his prolific knowledge and profound wisdom during the first 2 days of the FDP. As in earlier sessions, his lecture will be succeeded by questions and answers, and I request the participants to please pose their questions in the chat box. Without much ado, I hand over the first section of the day 3 to Professor Dr. Subbarao. Over to you, sir. Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Yes, just entered. We will be discussing about values in legal education. We can say that instead of values in legal education, we can say values in education. Okay. Now, my friends, before starting the actual topic, I would like to tell you one point, that the role of the teacher is always crucial. How? Atma buddhi sukhan chaiva guru buddhir visheshataha. Even when you are capable of making discernment or judgment on your own, whenever you get the advice of the guru, please take it. Okay. In front of their experience and expertise, what we have may be nothing, or we may have more information than the teacher, but you are not fit with their experience. That is why Atma Buddhi Sukhan Chaiva Guru Buddhir Visheshataha. The reason is that a true teacher is considered to be personification of knowledge. Kevalam Jnanamurtim. And you must be knowing, even if the teacher doesn't clarify your doubts specifically, by his attitude, by his working on the subject, Mauna Vyakhya Prakatita Sishyastu Chinna Samsayaha. That is the saying. That means even in silence, he will be rather clearing your doubts. Sishyastu Chinna Samsayaha. Of course, it is related to Lord Dakshinamurti. We are not of that standard, but what I am saying is that in the group, most of them are youngsters. I am telling, leave no stone, no turn unturned when you are getting the advice of the guru. Whether you follow it or not, it is a subsequent decision of yourself. If you want to inculcate values, what you should remember is that you must have values first. That is why in the beginning we have noted the teacher is a guardian of civilization. But one thing is that I was very arrogant. Even now, if you ask Venkatrao, he will tell how arrogant I was when I was a student as well as the initial stages of my career. The reason was, as a student, I read the entire CY book. So if anybody says, who was your teacher of constitutional law, I should say first CY. Okay. So I used to have that bit of arrogance. But what we should note, subsequently I noted, knowledge is unlimited and illimitable. Knowledge is unlimited or illimitable. Don't think that we know everything. We do not know anything under the sky. This is my parting message, because always when I start teaching about anything, I will be going on and I will have to stop abruptly. The parting message to the young teachers, which I tell, is that if they are in for research, do it very quickly. In my research methodologies class, I used to tell, don't retire being an eternal research scholar. Always in the lifetime you are a research scholar. You won't complete your research. Collecting the material, going on, the topics will be changed. I will give you one example, which our chairperson Venkatrao knows. I was rather holding convener's position continuously for 5 years. I used to have very big establishment and office. One of my friends, at the beginning of S.P. Gupta's case of public interest litigation, started his work, PhD work, registered in a university on public interest litigation. There was a controversy. Who is the pioneer of public interest litigation? Is this Justice V.R. Krishna here with his expressions of epistolary jurisdiction, or is it Bhagavati? So starting from that controversy, we have purchased the books and asked him to write. I told him I will utilize the assistance of my office and see that everything is typed in those days. But nonetheless, he did not do it, and he retired as an eternal research scholar and ordinary assistant professor. Complete it at the earliest. We will be open for any discussion. If you have any doubt, with our limited knowledge, we will be able to tell. So that is one thing which I wanted to tell. Second thing which you should note is that we think that we are knowledgeable, but even on the last date of your retirement, you will note that the points raised by the students, you will get ideas, you will get doubts, and you will clarify afterwards. So knowledge is unlimited or illimitable. This is my parting message for all the young faculty here, or to those who are in advanced stage of their research. Complete it first, and then we can think of other things. The next one is that today's discourse, friends, is not going to be based on jurisprudential technicalities of values and interests. Nor is it going to be an exhaustive treatment of all the law subjects. That may not be possible. Even though most of the laws reflect in some form or the other the values, but we may not be able to cover all the subjects. I may touch upon, as usual, the values imbibed in the Constitution in a different angle. Okay, because it seems a person knows only one essay. That essay is on cow. He was asked to talk on Taj Mahal. What he has done is, he said, Taj Mahal is there in Agra. In front of Taj Mahal, there is a shed. Under that shed, there is cow. And he started writing about the cow. So, whatever may be the subject you take, I will just go on to constitutional law, and then having worked in Mahila University, I will go on to gender justice. These are the weaknesses of this teacher. Okay. And then, initially, our Dean Madam was also thinking of putting dharma as a topic. But I thought that it would be out of context here. But in this course of value education, I may touch upon certain ancient Indian values. I would be deliberately using the word touch upon. The reason is that I will not be exhaustively dealing with that because it requires a lot of time. And if you have any doubts, you are welcome to ask. So with this brief introduction, let us start. Values in education. Education without values. Okay. Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make a man more cleverer devil. Without values, you are making a human being as a robot, and also he will be a cleverer devil of the society. To educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace to the society. This was the observation made by Roosevelt. Why should we refer to Roosevelt? Our people also have said several things that will come later. Okay, when we deal with ancient law. Education not only gives a platform to succeed, but also knowledge of social conduct. Social conduct. Next, strength, inner strength it gives. It builds character and self-respect. Self-respect shall not be confused with ego. E-G-O. I used to tell whoever comes to my room, shun your ego, and then understand that E-G-O means edging God out. Okay. The greatest gift education gives to us is the knowledge of unconditional love and set of values. Then you may ask me a question. You are talking about values, and some people tell about ethics. Some people tell about morality. What are all these things? Can you define? Can you give conceptual framework of values? Friends, values, ethics and morality, they overlap even though they are different circles. Okay. When you think about conceptual framework of values, you must understand that values are beliefs. Very carefully you listen. Values are beliefs. What is right and what is wrong. And what is important to follow in one's life, for life. So, values are principles. Number one, fundamental convictions which you have, and ideals, standards of life, which act as general guide to behavior or as a reference point in making decisions. When you are attempting to make a decision, make a move, these values will dictate you. So, these are fundamental convictions. These are the principles. They are the ideals and standards of life with which you act. Okay, value literally means, what do you mean by value? This book is invaluable, we say. Or, what is the value of the book? immediately you may quote the price. Can you say that value is the price or precious nature or dear to you or worthwhile, which you will not be able to sacrifice for anything? Even if you take that it is value is related to the price. What is your price? Estimate yourself. Your price is estimated by the values you have. A person is estimated based upon his values. If he is in power, because of the power structure, you may praise him. You may go near him with folded hands. But when it comes to estimating that person, he is estimated based upon the values. By values we mean a person's idea of what is desirable and what he actually wants. Okay, that is how when you say values are caught rather than of taught. You tell number of times. Nahi vachan sete rapi vastuto kartrabhambyaya, we say, under text cannot alter a fact when you think about factum valid principle under personal law. Like that, if a person's nature, he didn't want to adopt a particular value, he will never adopt. But mind it, values are like rails. Values are like rails that keep the train on the track and help to move smoothly, quickly, and with direction. Mind it, that is why values are considered to be like rails. They bring quality to life. They bring value to the person. Okay. And then Robin Williams wanted to clarify values as they are empirical elements. They are live elements with the human beings. Human behavior. Certainly they arise out of human experience. I was talking to you about ego, edging God out. How egoistic I was when I just completed my LLM, or I was an LLM student, or subsequently became the teacher. I confess myself. My guide was great. He was a person with values. He tolerated me, changed me. Whatever I speak now, the credit goes to my guide, my scholar. I am only repeating my experience. That is why it comes out of human experience. And also, values are subjective in nature. Why it is subjective in nature? Because they exist for the others, they exist for yourself, they exist for the society. So in your interaction, when you do all these things, it is always subjective. It goes with your mental thinking about what is value to be followed in that particular circumstances. But mind it, your individual value as well as societal value may overlap with each other. Definitely they will overlap. So now with this brief, even though abstract one, an introduction to the conceptual framework of value, can we make out certain characteristics out of the discussion which we had? Values can be considered as norms. Okay. If they are recognized as normative rules and they are conferred, automatically we term them as values as norms, values as cultural ideals. It is different from attitude minded. Your attitude may be different, but once you go to near a teacher, you will touch his feet. You may be very arrogant, but you adopt that value. It is a cultural ideal that brings you to that. And then when you talk about value or behave with values, what you are doing unnoticed is value orientation. Not only to yourself, several things you do and go back and recollect and think that I should have done like this. Are you not making orientation for yourself? Or when you are talking to others in a particular manner, you see, look at him, he is successful because he has this value orientation. So it is like value orientation. And then values, how do you estimate, is the problematic one. Self-appraisal is important. Like Arogya Setu, WhatsApp, they say self-assessment. Like self-assessment is there. Then if you take the scale of 1 to 10, where do you stand? Least to most worst. Okay. Values are behavioral probabilities. Okay. They are behavioral probabilities. And then these things were discussed by the jurisprudential schools of thought also, including critical legal studies. They say that you are talking about values, but these values have no universal application or acceptability. Yesterday I was telling, what is justice? Justice, if you are asked to define an Indian, it will be different. If you ask to define it in the context of America, it would be different. Okay. The social welfare function is subject to society only. And the changes in social environment, such technological progresses also may change the values. So, values may not be constant, but values do have value in everyday adoption by the individual, in societal context or religious context or other contexts. Now, when you are talking about values, what about ethics, morals, and other things? If you read a book relating to values also, you will find interchangeably. Sometimes instead of using the expression value, they may use the word ethics, they may use the word value, rather morality. Friends, I tell you, these are three circles. These circles overlap. Commonalities are there, but there are slight distinctions are there. When you talk about ethics, very loosely we use in the context of rather ethics relating to the client bar, all these things, Advocates Act, read with Bar Council of India rules, we know it, We have a subject, professional ethics. The word ethic is derived from a Greek word, ethos, that relates to character. And it is also derived from a Latin word, mores, that means custom. You will have to define ethos, rather ethics, combining both these things. They define how individual chooses to interact with one another. ethics defines what is good for the individual and for society, and establishes the nature of duties. Mind it, that makes the difference. Ethics establishes nature of duties that people owe themselves and to another. That is how we call it as professional ethics. What you will have to follow for yourself, what you will have to follow for others, it is in the nature of duties. That is why you called it as ethics. Ethics involves learning what is right and wrong, as in the case of values, and then doing the right thing and denouncing the wrong is also a part of ethics. It is important to note that there is also a slight difference between ethics and morality. Morality refers to both to the standards of behavior by which an individual is judged. He has no morals, he is very cut, we say. So, it is based upon the standards and behavior of the individuals by which we judge, and to the standards of behavior by which people in general are judged in their relationship with each other. So, there is a slight distinction. Ethics, on the other hand, encompasses systems of beliefs that supports a particular view of morality. Morality is based upon certain beliefs. Okay, now we have an idea as to what are values. I am telling we have an idea about what are values, what are its characteristics, what is morality, what is ethics. All these things in brief you have noted. Then what do you mean by value education? Now, after noting what are the values, now we'll have to think about value education. Value education is the aggregate of all processes. The stress is on that word, processes. The value education is the aggregate of all processes by means of which a person develops his abilities, attitudes, and other forms of behavior of the positive values in the society in which he lives. This is the definition given by C.V. Good. Once again, I tell you, value education, when you talk about, it is the aggregate of all the processes by means of which a person develops. Through process, a person develops. Because of the process, the person develops abilities, attitudes, and other forms of behavior of the positive values in the society in which he lives. Value education thus means inculcating in a person or in the students a sense of humanism, a deep concern for the well-being of others and for the nation. Value education is a process of teaching and learning about the ideals that society deems important. So, there are a number of works based upon this, lot of things that we may not be able to cover now. What is the need for this value education? You are talking about values, you are talking about ethics, you are talking about moralities. But what is the need for value education? Values, friends, bring the individual to interact with fellow beings, with others, harmoniously. There is conflict of values, harmony is lost. So, values that bring individuals to interact harmoniously with others. Take the problems which we face in the society. Lack of understanding the values. Lack of value of tolerance. Like that. So, giving value to dissent, whatever you may call, you will think that it is a value. Values bring individuals in harmony with others. The second thing is that values guide their behavior and they are part of individuals' identity. Just like you have several identities. Nowadays, even subnational identity is also an identity. Not national identity, subnational identity, caste identity, or particular group identity. So, values guide the behavior and your personal identity. You are known by your values. Values show the path as to behave and how not to behave, how to behave, how not to behave when one faces emotional intensities. It is possible. There are emotional intensities, and in order to act based upon that emotional intensity, if you want to act, automatically values will have a check. Okay? In the war, in the middle of the war, Nakankshe Vijayam Krishna Nacharajyam Sukhanicha Kim no Rajenu Govinda Kim by Bhoge Jivitenava. That was the observation made by Arjun. And then Lord Krishna started his teaching. That is different issue. But what happened here? His values, pre-existing values, his love and affection to his kith and kin like Bhishma, Dronacharya and others on the other side. On seeing them, it acted as a check to him. Immediately he did not rush to the war. Friends, I tell you, that was named as Vishada Yoga. When you have that problem, emotional intensity, you will try to vichara next. Start thinking. And then solutions will come by several angles, as Lord Krishna said with regard to Bhagavad Gita, with regard to us, well, several angles. Once you start vichara, from Vishada, it goes to vichara, and you will get the solutions. Values work like a compass that helps to behave consistently regardless of the situation. Regardless of the situation, you will be rather working in the same manner. Okay? You may think very bad in your heart, but you will act in accordance with the values once you are inculcated with them. Values guide actions or inactions, both. Both actions or inactions, and determines what is good or what is wrong. Last, in the long run, work like a values, work like a beacon light pointing towards righteous path. Justice Bhagavati, one of the cases, he said, Article 14 points out like a beacon light towards classless, egalitarian, socio-economic order, which we promised it to ourselves. A great value he has mentioned. So in one of the judgments. Okay. So value education is important and is used to influence students' attitude and behavior for the better, or at least in line with the society would consider that he is an appropriate and morally acceptable person. It is also accepted that those attitudes and behaviors that are dictated by values, they are the core of our pedagogies, okay, that includes critical reflection on issues relating to the values also. The more positive our values are, the most positive our actions. That is to be remembered. The more positive our values, the most positive our actions. And that is the reason why value education is being taught or included in all types of education, not only education, in every type of education, because it plays a great role for becoming successful in their own choice of careers as well. Okay, now I will give you some categorization. There, artificial classification and categorization. Let us just note the headings of these categorization of various values. Number one, traditional values. Thou shalt speak truth. Okay. Spirituality, simplicity, tolerance, or non-violence, traditional values. We have constitutional values that I will discuss later on. Like we have value of rather socialism, equality, liberty, all these things are there. Universal values. Universal values have no geographical boundaries. When you speak, when you say that truth is a universal value as well. Righteous conduct is a universal value. Non-violence is also a universal value. World peace is a universal value. Human rights, universal values. Universal brotherhood is a universal value. And you will have eternal values and temporal values. Values will not change in accordance with the time. Those values, they are considered to be eternal values. Thou shalt speak truth. Satyam vada. We have noted. They are eternal values. Temporal values also may be there. Temporal values, especially in relation to the institution wherein you work. There are certain things, secrecies that are maintained. These are all temporal values. You should not go in competition with your own institution and start another one. These are all temporal values. And there are goal values and instrumental values. This distinction I will explain when I come to that. Goal values and mental values. And you have personal values. I do not know whether I could say that one or not. I do not take liquor. This is a personal value. Even those, the persons who are taking liquor also are not bad persons. They do have rather values. But it is personally related. Your attitudes, your beliefs and actions. For example, honesty, responsibility, loyalty. Wherever you work in the institution, my friends, the basic personal value you should maintain is that you should be loyal to your institution who is giving you the bread and butter. Okay, next to social values. In the context of the society, what are the values that should be inculcated? What are the values that should be there? They constitute social values. Okay, national pride, social value. Political values are there. They are ideological beliefs. Socialism, that only can bring welfare of the people. Or only capitalism or globalization that brings welfare to the people. Society, political values, democracy, civic responsibility. And there are economic values as well, which are woven round and contributing to the common good. All these things based upon supply and demand, power of taxation, how much tax shall be imposed. These are all economic values. There is another angle, religious values. Whether it is religious or spiritual, one has to discuss. And then, when you want to inculcate value education, you should remember that value education can be, not can be, will start from family, family orientation. And then when you are growing with your friends, with your relatives, all these things, community orientation. And then when you join in a particular institution, institutional orientation. And exclusively for you, there is one province, classroom orientation. Classroom orientation. Family orientation, community orientation, institutional orientation, and classroom orientation. But how do you go about it? Orientation, you are saying, yes, we are ready to give orientation. At different levels, we understand how they go about it. It may be by direct preaching the values or indirect approaches. In familiar friend, most of these values are inherited from father, grandfather, and like that. Okay? Direct and indirect approaches. In the context of academics, it may be curricular or co-curricular approach. It may be curricular approach, a part of the curriculum itself, or it may be co-curricular activities which we undertake in the institution. Through co-curricular activities also it may be undertaken. And then another thing is that an integrated approach. An integrated approach. You meet your students not only in the classroom, even outside. They will come to your chambers to clarify their doubts or to meet you. Then you have plenty of scope, indirectly or directly, preaching them the values or imbibing in them the values. And it may not be a part of it. Co-curricular activities also may help you. So all these things, an integrated approach also may be taken. And then, what are the various factors that influence learning the values? What are the various factors? Number one, we can very easily say socialization. Once a child starts going to the school and taken to the people, automatically the rules of conduct will be there to be good. So by socialization, one gets inculcation of values. And then moral judgment. When you grow, you start making a discernment which is the correct value. Out of moral feelings, you will make your judgment. What should be followed, what may be followed, what need not be followed. Okay? And then, most likely, the influential thing is empathy. Empathy, I need not explain to you. It is not sympathy, it is empathy. Subjugating into the shoes of the other and feeling the other's difficulties or feelings. And that empathy, the awareness of others' situation, others' feelings and needs, so that you will develop certain values for that. Confidence and knowledge. knowledge definitely leads to values. So these are various factors. There may be several other factors as well, which I could come across, factors influencing the learning of values. Now we have noted what should be there in value education. First thing we have noted, what are the values? Need for values. And then we have noted value education. And in all these things, what is the role of the teacher? What is the role of the teacher? All of you are teachers, better teachers there is also. But one thing you should remember, friends, I am telling you, even the modern biology reveals that human beings are fundamentally emotional and social creatures. I am not talking about man is a social animal, woman is a social animal, not like that. Not our philosophies. But even modern biology recognizes. But many of us in the field of education often fails to consider the high level of cognitive skills. What we want is that we promote cognitive skills, leaving aside, uninfluenced by the emotional intensities of the person. And this is discarded now. When you are saying about cognitive skills, when you teach them all these things, you give them reasoning, you give them skills of decision making, and you give them communicative skills, and then how to rather present itself, all these things. But the rationality behind all these things should be to address emotions and body language, and then these things, values definitely work on the emotions as well. As I have told you, when you are emotional, there will be Vishada, and then there will be a Vichara, I have told you. And taxonomic notion that cognitive learning outcomes are separable from effective or social ones comes to be seen as inadequate. You cannot separate both. Need for pedagogy is that you should engage the whole person rather than separating cognitive person and emotional person. That is not warranted, my friends. You will have to address the whole person. When you are in the seat of a teacher, don't forget the tradition gives you the prominent place. After mother, father, it is the guru. Okay? And then it gives you value-rich relationship with the students, and they will become rather a valuable asset to the society at large. Optimal results will come because of this pedagogy which combines both cognitive personality and emotional personality. When you address them, automatically a range of evidence supports, my friends, that the impact of values in education improves the behavior of the student and students' well-being, not ours, but students' well-being. Okay. Now, coming to one more angle, I am a bit speed in the sense that we will have to cover certain other aspects, at least for law. So that is why let us go to values in legal education. In what way they are separate from other types of education? values both constrained and enable behavior. We agree. Is it not? Values both constrain and enable behavior. They are vital for human life. Friends, the laws are meant for human beings only, to bring in that social order. So, values are necessary parts of legal principles. And then, if you want to give value education, automatically legal education is a vital wherewithal wherein you can impart the values. The values of legal education imparts or generates upon the character of legal professionals in a right manner. Uses of values in legal education makes a start by showing how using values in legal education might fulfill the promise of legal education, the promise of your legal profession. Incorporation of values into legal education and reflection upon values as an integral part of the student learning experience and paradigm can facilitate the formation of robust and effective individual students' identity as a legal professional. When this leads to an alignment of student with values of life, it can generate a sense of wholeheartedness. And in client counseling also we say that empathy is required. Not sympathy and rather thinking that you are that person. Empathy is required. When we are saying that, it is a value. When we are discussing about client counseling, the most of it is based upon the value education. I used to have one student for the first PhD. She was Master of Laws, she was Master of Business Management, and a wonderful, knowledgeable person. She undertook a research on the impact of divorce on Hindu women, and it was an empirical study in 2 major districts of Andhra Pradesh. I am unfortunate and she is unfortunate. We did not have her now. She has completed her voyage on the earth, but wonderful PhD she has done. She was doing this interview, adopted interview method technique. I told her there should be smooth takeoff and smooth landing, especially when there are critical points in interviewing. You should stop. She went there, started talking to some people, divorced woman. Some people shut their doors on her face. Some people started giving some information. And when one lady collapsed when she was talking, these problems will be there only for women, not for men. So, at that time, she came running to my chambers. Sir, what is this? This male chauvinism, male-dominated society. I was working in a women's university. I used to talk only about that. And she was disturbed with that interview. Then I told her, your personal things are different. How you are disturbed? When you are collecting the data, you have adopted interview method. So collect the data first. The results will automatically come. Based upon the results, your hypothesis may be proved or disproved, we are not bothered. Then you can give your inputs. You can talk about how the women are discriminated in India even after 70 years or 60 years or 50 years, for coming 100 years also it will be the same saga. So, okay. So, what I mean to say is that is value is a part of legal education. Whether it is LLB, LLM, or your PhD, without values, without inculcation of values, you will not be a successful researcher yourself. You will be deceiving yourself as a researcher, giving false presentations, false data, which can be very easily caught. I tell you, friends, how they can be caught. It is a class in research methodology, not here. So, legal education now, I am not talking about the history. Legal education is now under severe threat in the context of globalization. When I was asked to talk about ADR, it is not my field, but somehow or other people ask me to talk, and I will talk. I won't say no. I was telling only one point, that ADR is built upon the failures of Indian judicial system. We are only posing that we are protecting the clients, we are protecting the judicial values and all these things. When justice is available at the corner of your street, without any time lag, winner wants to win, who has the right? You be just CB remedium. You want to sacrifice that value, and you say, here, with regard to ADR, take out arbitration. Arbitration is corporate savvy thing. Crores of rupees, they want ready settlement. They don't want this lengthy process of the judiciary. So the other forums, if you take, winner will not win, loser will not lose. How can you think that you are extending your justice unless you change the definition of justice or you give different perspective? Why I am saying this one is that this ADR is not the ADR which we had previously. It is under the influence of international instruments or model laws. We have brought in this ADR. So what is happening is, in the context of globalization, there are several threats to the existing values. New values are replacing the old values. And you have the competition with foreign councils as well, whether you allow them into the courts or not. Even if you make the strike and all these things, they are having other channels wherein they can interfere and dictate the terms rather in the argument. What you will have to do is that in this context of globalization, where it is no more court and bench practice, is something else, you will have to prepare legal practitioners, not legal malpractitioners. Understand? Transboundary competitions and making legal services as a commodity, than treating as a noble profession. Hitherto we were saying, he is the order of the day. Once it has become commodity, market forces act on it. Then in such cases, you will have to prepare the people to practice legally, legal practitioners, not malpractitioners. Some time back, my student came that, and he introduced himself. He was still telling that, I am a criminal lawyer, sir. Don't say lawyer, you are lawyer practicing on criminal side. I said, so you prepare legal practitioners, not malpractitioners. Friends, mind it, you cannot stop certain things. Law is always in flux. Legal markets are unstable. Information technology drives dispute resolution to new levels. A case with reference to family law was decided, of course, under private international law also, it is possible. In America, they applied Hindu Marriage Act. The people claimed certain things. They have asked me to give my opinion. So, this technological advancement drives to dispute resolution to new levels. Rising costs for students and falling returns to human capital generated by legal education makes the prospects of legal education less enticing. Even then, we have the people coming and reading these law courses. In such a context, enhanced engagement with values is required. The positive, coherent response from the teachers is required, and pedagogy has suitably to be made possible. Okay. And then, if you can see, I don't think that I should give further more inputs for this. Teaching values in legal education involves 4 components. What are these? Value sensitivity, value judgment. It is a very difficult one. Value judgment by the judges is a different aspect, which I will tell you. Value motivation, value character. How do you bring all these 4? Value sensitivity, value judgment, value motivation, and value character. You will bring it by inculcation, analysis, action. Action means learning, moral development, and value clarification. Conflict of values will be there. Then you will have to clarify and resolve apparent conflicts that were there. You have wonderful code of ethics that was made by Bar Council of India under Advocates Act 1961. And one has to teach them legal ethics in correct perspective, not just as a matter of routine or a ritualistic formality. Legal ethics without ethics, if you teach, you are not a teacher at all. The question is how to integrate the teaching of values into substantive or procedural law subjects is another angle which you have to see. Okay. Now, what I would like to tell you is how these values, jurisprudence values, I told you that I will not take. Technicalities I am not going to speak. The jurisprudence of values centers on legal norms, and it is a fight between positivists. And when you see that the values should be brought into the legal norms, it becomes post-positivism school. That is a different school. If you want, you can discuss. This is in jurisprudence. Jurisprudence of values is referred to in various works over in the world, and it is all technical one. The juridical norm is used as a tool to decide what is wrong and what is right. That means your values are put into norms, and norms are brought into action. And this is the creation of some law and other things. And then, as you can see, Cardozo, Benjamin Cardozo, what is his important quotation? Every law person knows. Law is not brooding omnipotent sky, it is what? It is a matter of experience. Benjamin Cardozo, everybody quotes this one in every meeting. Okay, the judge is under a duty, Cardozo said, within the limits of his power of innovation, to maintain a relationship between law and morals, between the precepts of jurisprudence and those reasons of good conscience. So, slowly you bring in norms, values into norms, norms into jurisprudential discussion. Values as empirical elements, as we have noted already. Okay. Now, this, I want to enter into the field of Indian constitutional law. Okay. Now you have sufficient background, I think, as to the values, difference between values, moralities, and ethics, even though it is blurred distinction, and characteristics we have noted, value education we have noted, value education in law to modicum we have noted. Now we are entering into Indian constitutional values. Only one part of it I will deal. The Constitution is the very basis of Indian legal system. It is a fundamental law, as we have noted yesterday, laying down the rules and regulations according to which the state is governed, and also it facilitates constitutionalism. Okay. It has operated over the years, 70 years, even though there is, in a lighter vein, a joke. Indian Constitution is a fine blend of rigidity and flexibility, but it is very flexible in the sense that it was subject to 1.5 amendments per year so far. So it shaped distinct value system. The entire freedom struggle built upon certain value systems, though not totally, they are also reflected in the Constitution. That is why Kapadia once said, the Constitution should be studied by Indians to know about citizens' rights. If you read it, there is no need to read the religious books, as you may find God in the Constitution itself. Gaining knowledge of the Constitution would be a real homage to Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, not merely garlanding him, but know your Constitution. That was the exhortation made by Justice H.S. Kapadia. And then, at the time when I am going to refer only to one aspect, as I have told you, preamble. At the time of framing the preamble, Pandit Thakur Das Bhargava has mentioned that preamble is the most precious part of the Constitution. It is the soul of the Constitution. It is the key to the Constitution. It is a jewel set in the Constitution. It is a superb prose poem. Nay, it is a perfection itself. This was the observation made by Pandit Thakur Das Bhargava. If I ask you to recite what the preamble is, identify the goal values and instrumental values of the Constitution that are reflected in the Constitution. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. You may say socialist and secular were not there at the time. They were inserted by Constitution 42nd Amendment Act in the year 1976. Leave it. We, the people of India, leaving aside the controversy over the expression, we, the people of India, we, the people, did not frame. At that time, universal franchise was not there. It was by limited franchise. How can we bear representative character? They did not claim that. We, the people, we want these things to the citizens. Read carefully once again. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens. They did not say all subjects. They only stated that to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all You see, to promote among them all, here justice, liberty and equality, they did not use the word promote among them all. Here they have used the word to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly, the 26th day of November 1949, do hereby enacted, etc. Now, in this list, what are the goal values? What are the instrumental values? If you want to reach airport, what you will do? You may take bus, you may take auto, you may take a cab, but your goal is to reach airport. Dean sir, don't see, look at the watch. Eh? Okay, I will take 10 more minutes. Okay, now, like that, what are the instruments and that are also values? What are the goals that are reflected in the preamble that governs the entire Constitution? Okay. I think you are thinking, but your what you call voice cannot be heard by me. Here, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic is the vehicle. They are not goals, mind it. They are instruments. They are instrumental values. To reach what? To reach the goals of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and unity and integrity of the nation. Dignity of the individual also is another value. Okay. So, these justice, equality, liberty, fraternity, and dignity of the individual, all these things, they are the goal values. In order to reach the goal values, you use the instrumental values of sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and in the wisdom of our judges, everything is a basic structure of the Constitution, except, of course, the word socialist is not the basic structure so far in their decisions. Okay, why I am saying that preamble, no doubt, is a sort of introduction, laying down the objectives and purposes sought to be achieved under the Constitution. It is clearly stated the core values of the preamble are sought to be realized by Part 3, fundamental rights, Part 4, directive principles of the state policy. The judiciary is crafted for that. Understand? And now, one more thing, I am bit speed here. Fundamental duties I am not going to read. Each one of them, which was inserted by the Constitution, 42nd Amendment Act, Article 51A, Part 4A, which deals with fundamental duties, all of them, they are related to values of the Constitution. Okay. Now, before leaving the constitutional values and giving you a bit of cultural values, let me say value judgment. What is a value judgment? The term value judgment is an expression or an attitude or outlook of yourself to something else. So it is your subjective element. But it is broadly based upon values. The dictionary meaning, if you can see, value judgments, a personal estimate of merit in a particular respect, or an assessment that reveals more about the values of the person making it. I will tell you, Hans Kelsen, he said, a judgment that an actual behavior is such as it ought to be or ought not to be according to a valid norm is a valid value judgment. Are you able to understand? It is the behavior of the person thinking about what is to be, what ought not to be, what ought to be. You are deciding it based upon some norm, but you are deciding it. It is a value judgment. Okay. So if you see, long back, Justice Patanjali Shastri in V.G. Rao versus State of Madras, when you are deciding reasonableness of restrictions, he said, the scale values of the judges will necessarily go as a part of it. But in such circumstances, the judge should think that the Constitution is meant for the people and not to satisfy their scale values. A wonderful statement that was given in 1956 or 53. I don't remember. That is Patanjali Shastri's one. The discretion should not be exercised by the judges for their caprice or as a ritual. The discretion should be exercised reasonably and rationally. It should be exercised faithfully and impartially. There should be proper value judgment with fairness and equality. This is not my judgment, my observation. It was an observation made by the Supreme Court itself in UP Road Transport versus Muhammad Ismail. Number of thousands of cases we can quote which show value judgment. What is the value judgment? Even starting from I.C. Gorkanath case, is it not a value judgment when you are talking about by basic structure? Is it not a value judgment when you are talking about 18 rights that you have interpreted under Article 21? Is it not a value judgment to bring a tortuous principle of absolute liability or strict liability into MC Mehta versus Union of India, Sri Ram Fertilizers case, Sri Ram Oleum gas leak, absolute liability, is it there under the Indian Constitution? It is brought, it is a value judgment, but nonetheless, in most of the cases, except those cases which are there to satisfy the imperious forces of a jet, in most of the cases, it is not for their sake, it is to meet the constitutional values they made these judgments. And then, how much time is left? Huh? 5 more minutes, 10 more. I promise it to you, my friends. I am going to talk about ancient Indian values. Okay. Once you say ancient Indian values, it will be revolving around the concept of dharma. I am not using any English equivalent for that word. The reason is that it is quietly accepted that there is no equivalent word for dharma. When I reached one of the Kent Law School in Chicago, behind that, what you call receptionist, on the wall, they have taken one word from each civilization, and with regard to India, they have written dharma itself. There is no English equivalent to the word dharma because it is ubiquitous. It connotes several things. What it in modicum I will give you, I cannot give you exhaustive. Dharma was considered to be the guide to life, but it is very difficult to define. Even by the people who were the votaries of dharma, they were not give They were not able to give precise definition. Okay. It is like scaling or describing an elephant by 4 or 5 blind people, each one giving his own way of expression. But it is practiced, as I have told you. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. First of all, if you know dharma, you will be able to protect. For elementary understanding, if it is a discourse, it will go into days. But for elementary understanding, what you should note is that dharayite iti dharmaha. Or you may say dharanat dharma vichyahuhu. What do you mean by that? It is better to hear dharma word itself instead of the slokas. That means it is like a cementing force of this society. Dharayite iti dharmaha. Or dharmanat, dharanat, what you call dharma vichyahuhu. A thing that binds together. A thing that binds together. Those who are teaching family laws or Hindu law, they will know it. A thing that binds together is dharma, that divides adharma. That is why we had giant Hindu family. Under Income Tax Act, you called it as Hindu undivided family. There is a slight distinction between these two, and this is not a class of personal law, so I am not touching upon it. So, the principles of dharma are all pervading from birth to death. It is in the form of obligations, righteousness, ethics, morality, values, whatnot, and it is not law as such. Mostly, suppose, if I am asked, in India we have that habit, equality, we have mentioned in the preamble. We have also mentioned from Articles 14 to 18. We are in the habit of referring everything. We have it. We have it, no doubt, but there we have it as a matter of obligations. In Halfieldian classification of jurisprudence, you will have rights giving rise to obligations. Here, dharma perfected will take care of your rights. Quite reverse. Quite reverse. So, you may have to understand the distinction. For everything you need not bring in dharma. We have it. So, this is higher than that. This is higher than the known things. Vedic injunctions often refer to Rita. Dharma and Rita, these two are different. Rita means it is not merely falsehood. Rita means cosmic order. When Draupadi was disrobed, people say Krishna sat in the first floor and started sending the saris. It is not like that. Whether it is Krishna or otherwise, it is cosmic order that prevailed. When nature and everything fails, cosmic order prevails. So, think over that. How many times cosmic order prevailed? Irrespective of religion, irrespective of geography, you will find that how dharma operated. Okay. It is initially dharma was with sacrifice, but afterwards, with regard to rather worldly things, worldly affairs, the principle of dharma is applied. For example, in Karna Parva, they stated that dharma is the stability of the society. It is maintenance of social order, general welfare of the mankind. Whatever conduces the fulfillment of these objectives, it is called dharma. Okay. Valmiki says, I think I will stop somewhere. She is Valmiki. Yes. Valmiki says the same in Ramayana. Okay, about dharma. Dharma in Ramayana, it goes with the conduct of Ram. If you have doubts, you can discuss with me afterwards. The reason is that the person who was vanquished by Rama but not killed when he was wanted to destroy Vishwamitra's yajna, Maricha. It is not Valmiki, it is not a person favorable to him. He said, Rama vigrahavan dharmaha, sadhu satya parakramaha. Rama was the personification of dharma. Whatever he said, whatever he did, it was in accordance with dharma. So they have given much value to dharma at that time. And then I think there are several things which I wanted to discuss about various things that exemplified dharma. Only one thing which I would like to tell in Shanti Parva, Bhishma tells about dharmam dashaka lakshanam, like 10 characteristics, not commandments. Okay, 10 characteristics like purity, asteyam, that is not committing theft, not taking away the property of the others, like that 10 things are there. But whatever I said, these are all considered to be the source of values, even though now I will give you one example. Under modern law, the aged parents, they are entitled for maintenance as a matter of right. As a matter of right. You ask a rickshaw puller, why you are not maintaining for parents? He would not say that he has no means, that is why he is not maintaining. He would say that he knows his responsibility to maintain the parents, but he has no means. That means the mental makeup in India is obligation based, and your activities are based upon right-based paradigm. So these are all the several things are left out. I think it may take 1 hour or more. Let us not bother about that. I thank you very much. Now it is open for discussion. It seems they are having questions. Don't ask me critical questions, jurisprudential questions, and you can ask other questions. Thank you very much for my rather facilitators who has given me this opportunity to rather immediately link to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your profound wisdom with us. We have our next.
I don't know whether it is profound or mediocre.
No, sir. We can go on and on listening to you, but of course we have our constraints. Before we go into the next session, sir, participants have asked a few very, very pertinent questions. So I would like you to address them. There are rather two similar questions which have been posed by Dr. Vikesh Ram Tripathi from Delhi University and Dr. Rajiv Kumar Singh. They both want you to answer this question on institutional ethics with reference to Supreme Court of India and judicial functioning.
Give me 1 hour time, I will talk. No, Supreme Court of India has value norms for itself. Several angles are there. Supreme Court as an administrator, Supreme Court as an institution resolving the disputes. I have given you the value judgments, where we can also criticize really to satisfy their imperious forces. They were making law not suitable to the society also. Okay. And Silvai went to the extent of saying that they are self-inflicted wounds. So on several counts, starting from, as I have told you yesterday, How many judges should be there in laying down a decision relating to constitutional interpretation? Many interstices would be there. And then as a Supreme Court in the field of administration, everybody asks the question. In recent times, collegium. Is there any objective criteria? They are mentioning now the reasons and all these things. If you take purely the seniority, certain people would not have become the judges. It is a fact. If it is seniority, come merit, they say. If they are not meritorious, how could they be High Court judges themselves? So once they are High Court judges, it is deemed that they have merit. So like that, you can start questioning. You have given me a question wherein we can have a separate discussion, but it pertains to personal values. I am very critical about that. That much I can tell you. Even after retirement, only these judges will speak. Sometimes one of the judges was saying that these IB reports are not transparent. Transparency is a value. Accountability is a value. Judicial accountability is a value. Post-retirement rehabilitation measures, whether it is a value or not. So these are the things which are subject to discussion, and some people say that we should not leave their experience and expertise, so we should give them jobs. Okay, some assignment after retirement. So these are the things, several things are there. You have given a question which covers several aspects. Transparency, accountability, all these things are values. How far they are following? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good.
So next question is from Ms. Priya Anuragini. She needs to know what are the techniques and tools that we can use to understand the emotional intensities of the students, particularly when we are addressing a class of 80 or more students.
Specifically, the emotional intensities, the foreign universities, some universities have developed all these things. But in India, the teacher will be able to assess if it is the same group. He will be able to assess the emotional intensities. I used to rather, with my experience, I was rather considered to be student-friendly professor. In the classroom, I used to point out why you are dull today. They won't answer then. They come back to my chambers and tell, this is the reason. Sometimes they may reveal even personal things. Teacher should be either bank-like, repository, and all these things, emotional intensities they will have to take, and they will have to console and tell the students, bright students. I know one or two students who are very bright, but were not able to continue their studies because of the familial circumstances or emotional intensities. I tell you one point, the attachment with the teacher. Teacher, more than the parents, when they come up of the age, they will interact freely for advice. Everybody wants advice. You want advice, I want advice. If I want anything, even now, I consult my teacher, my guide. Only one person is there, now CK and Raja. Others have completed their voyage. Even now, if I get, I will consult them. Emotional intensity. Yesterday, somebody was rather talking to me on seeing this video and all these things. Why you should shout like that? It may affect your health. But unless you have that emotional element in your teaching, so far as I am concerned, I may not be able to deliver the lecture. Suppose mic is given, you are asked to speak at a particular voice, I may not be able to do. So teacher is the best person to gauge and assess. I tell you very frankly, over a period of time, if you are young, you will know that what types of emotional intensities the students undergo. Not one or two, complex problems. Sometimes, if they do not share, what will happen, do you know? They try to complete their voyage premature. It is the teacher who can protect them. It is not merely the question of money. It is a question of counseling. Counseling as a form is a requirement in every institution. They will engage a professional counselor also, a psychologist also, an NGO also. But the thing is that over and above all these people, it is the teacher who is going to help. Yes.
All right. So there are other very relevant questions, but because of the paucity of time, we shall not be able to address them. And
One more thing which I would like to tell is that my coordinates will be there with my facilitator as well as with the dean. Those who want something which I know very little, I know. From that,
you're too humble.
It is rather, you are welcome at any point of time. You can disturb me. It is not a disturbance for me. It is a pleasure to talk to you or to send messages to you or send material to you. So including my PowerPoint presentations, which are considered to be very good, not because of the content, but because of the graphics, which I import onto the slides. Okay? So don't worry, even if I do not answer, you can directly talk to me and we can, if it is question of rather Ramayana and Mahabharata, it will take time. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable time. So because of the paucity of time, we quickly move into our next session, our next part of this session, that is recapitulation or sum and substance. All learning requires summing up and recapitulation to internalize its essence and substance. This part of the session is dedicated to the realization of this objective. I call upon Ms. Anurupa Chitya, Research Associate cum Teaching Assistant, National Law University, Odisha, to please come up and share her experiences with us.
Have I seen her? I must have gone. I have gone several times to Odisha.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected speakers, dignitaries, and my co-participants. Myself, Anurupa Chetia, Research Associate cum Teaching Assistant at National Law University, Odisha. Going to give a brief sum up of these two sessions. So firstly, I would like to thank the Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies for conducting such a great program and for giving us the opportunity to attend it during this tough times. I'm really grateful to hear so many great academicians of this legal fraternity in just a single platform. So it's not possible actually to sum up all this knowledge gaining sessions in such a short stipulated time. So I would rather like to just point out those points which I would be substantiated with my own experiences. So the first day is the inaugural speech given by Professor Amanpal Singh sir, who very briefly and systematically describe about the history of our legal education. And he also rightly pointed out that what are the shortcomings the present legal education is facing. So yes, it's really a concern and we need to do something to improve, as we are the main persons behind, improving the legal education. So we need to improve our skills in order to improve the legal education. And in this regard, I would request this institute if you can organize a session on this particular issue as well within this program. And he also pointed out about a very pertinent point that we as a teacher, we should not only deliver the information to the students, rather we should know how to express the knowledge. So as a beginning of my career, I found it very difficult to deliver the knowledge of those particular subjects, which I found it very interesting during my college times. So it's really helpful after listening to him, and it really guided me in order to improve my skills on this part. The second speaker, which was the presidential speech by Professor R. Venkat Rao sir, which is again a very great opportunity for us to hear from him. And he raised a very pertinent point that we as a teachers in this particular era, we are not only training the budding lawyers for this century, but also for the future century as well. So we need to work upon the new career prospects they will face, and we need to train them according to it. So it really motivated me and opened up my mind to develop these subjects on this line. The third speaker, that is the Professor T.V. Subbarao sir. Sir, I have heard you for the first time, and from these two consecutive sessions as well as today's session, sir, you are my idol from now, because sir, you have rightly pointed out my mistakes. So as the beginning of my teaching career, I found it, initial in my class, whenever I take up the classes, I was very dissatisfied and demotivated because I was not able to, complete the subject on time, or the course or the class on time. And also I was not able to gain the main objective of the teaching. So definitely, sir, as your advice, I will try to first
Good.
prepare the blueprint of teaching and try to obtain my teaching objectives of the class. Sir, you also pointed out in yesterday's session that we need to observe the entry behavior and the terminal behavior of the students. So their facial expressions actually expresses whether we are success in the class or not. So this is very pertinent point, sir. And also you have also mentioned about the how we should maintain the neutral position while there is debates and discussions among the students, and we should not take our personal opinion on it. So definitely I'm going to work upon this skill as well, because one time I remember in some issue, suddenly student asked me, ma'am, what is your opinion? And suddenly I have given my opinion on that. Then I realized I shouldn't have tell my opinion, my personal opinion. Rather, I should have taken the neutral position. Now, after that, the fourth speaker was Professor Dr. Aladi Subramaniam sir. He actually given me some amount of confidence that I can take up the jurisprudence as a subject to teach, because till now I'm really afraid to take this subject. Not only this time, but during my college time as well, I was very afraid of this subject. But since I have heard him and I'm really motivated and I know how to now, I think I have some confidence to take up this subject as well. So thank you so much, sir, for your guidance as well. The last speaker yesterday was Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir. I have heard him before also. He is very good in the research fields. And
Rupa, can you kindly just
ma'am,
expedite?
just 1 minute, just it's over. So, sir rightly pointed out that as a teacher, we need to improve our research skills as well, and we need to see what are the emerging areas in our respective fields. So, thank you so much, all the respective speakers, and this is really going to help us in our career. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anurupa. The next participant is Dr. Avivi, Assistant Professor, VSLLS VIPS. Dr. Avivi, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Avive. Currently, I teach sociology for the law student at Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share the sum and substance of the last 2 days faculty development program. Well, availing this opportunity, I would like to share some of the takeaway that I have learned in the last 2 days. At the inaugural address given by Professor Amar Pal Singh, he emphasized for a teacher that not only knowledge of things is important, however, the way of delivering knowledge has become important today because resources are plenty in today's ICT world. Anyone can access, but delivery of knowledge plays a pivotal role. Hence, teachers need to develop a level of dedication and commitment to achieve the art of delivery. Similarly, Professor R. Venkata Rao had also pointed out in his presidential address by saying, we need a learning teacher, not a learned teacher. We should share the role of a teacher and six essential skills that requires for a teacher. A very important point to be noted from his address is that a teacher must teach from the heart, not from the books. Further, Professor T.V. Subbarao focused on three types of students, and as a teacher, how we should develop extensive motivation to deal with the students, especially towards those third type of students, that is, failure accepting students. He did look into teaching method and he stressed upon Socratic method, and which was very enriching. He also had highlighted on the difference between curriculum and syllabus and the challenges of fulfilling the curriculum, and on the other hand, the challenges of completing the syllabus. Finally, he concluded his discussion on how we as a teacher should begin a classroom with smooth start and end with a safe landing. Similarly, on the second day of FDP, I would like to begin with a lecture given by Professor Subbarao. He focuses on strategy as a teacher to realize the goal. Although strategy of teaching is left to individual, he stressed upon the three types of teachers and the strategy they had employed in the classroom. He did emphasize on the importance as a teacher, we should stress on historical background of constitutional law, and for that matter, it applies to any other subject or any other topics that we teach in the classroom. Professor Rao also highlighted on the danger of teaching from a single perspective unless we are grounded with that particular subject. However, as a teacher, we have to be neutral on our opinions. He did mention about the challenges that a teacher faces in the classroom, for instance, delivering the sensitive issues. So it is always safe to be value neutral, although one may hold one's opinion. As a teacher, one should also be able to synchronize the divergence of students' opinion. Teachers should be preferably open to new and recent development and should update accordingly wherever required. Engaging in telling storytelling method when dealing with difficult subjects is one of the key techniques that I learned from Professor Aladi Subramaniam lectures. Therefore, any subject can be taught interestingly, and he went on to add that a good teacher teaches, instructs, and inspects the students. Coming to the last speaker, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, he did cover the human rights issues, and which is not restricted to the region, but applicable to the whole country and beyond. And one of the major challenges is poverty, which is important for right to life. Eradication of poverty became um, solely achieved by state support. Therefore, he further mentioned on eradication of poverty as one of the objectives taken by MDG and SDG, and he posed a very important reflection, that is, we have to have development, but it has to have inclusive development. And with this, due to paucity of time, I will conclude my sharing of sum and substance. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vivi. Now, it's time to move on to the next session of the day. Dear participants, it gives me immense pleasure to share that after deliberating on the values in education, we will now explore the various strategies to effectively engage with students and develop soft skills. It is not only my proud privilege, but a matter of personal exhilaration to share that we have with us Professor Dr. Shruti Bedi from University Institute of Legal Studies, Punjab University, Chandigarh, who has also been my mentor and guide. Professor Bedi teaches constitutional law, internal security law, and comparative public law at Punjab University, Chandigarh. She's renowned for her research on counterterrorism laws and has authored 2 books on the topic. In addition, she has also edited 4 books, the latest being Judicial Review, Process, Powers and Problems, which has been published by the prestigious Cambridge University Press. She's also been the coordinator of Punjab University's Center for IAS and PCS examinations, where she's credited for mentoring many civil servants and judicial officers. Ma'am spearheads the Alternate Dispute Resolution and Client Counseling Board at UILS, which has been actively organizing various national and international competitions. She frequently delivers lectures at Nottingham University, United Kingdom. She's also delivered the prestigious TEDx talk on Justice, the First Promise. I now call upon ma'am to share her ideas with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I heard a part of the introduction, and it's an honor to be introduced by my student who I hold in such great esteem, and I'm so proud to see her doing so well. First, like to express my gratitude to Professor Venkatarao for arranging this kind of can I just check with you if it is audible, because I'm not too sure if I'm audible to everyone. You can just put it in the chat box if you can hear me.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rashmi. And that's a cue for me to thank you again for inviting me to this kind of a platform where I'm able to talk about something that I truly love. I think I have the best job in the world because I get to be with the young students who are full of enthusiasm, and that kind of environment which we are living in is something that a lot of people would die for. So thank you so much, Professor Rashmi, for arranging this. I would also like to express my thanks to Professor T.V. Subbarao, who I believe was the initial speaker before me. And he is, as we all know, a great constitutional expert on this platform as well. A very good afternoon to all the participants of this faculty development program, especially at 1:15 p.m. on the 3rd of June, which is not a time which is usually spent in studying and learning and engaging in academics. So I need to be really interesting and keep you engaged to make sure that you don't miss your food for another 30 to 45 minutes. So like I said, that if you love your job, it shows. It shows on your face, it shows in your behavior, and you come to work with a radiance, with a kind of positive attitude, which is something that makes everybody think that what is happening in this job? What is it that is, the students are giving her or him, which is keeping her so alive? it is your attitude. It is your way of dealing with everything that goes on in the class between you and the student. Now, as teachers, we all know that we've never been really formally taught as to how to teach. I think most of us have gone through the process where we have studied our various disciplines. And one fine day when we got a job which we applied for, to walk into the classroom and take a, it is something which all of us probably have done. And of course, these faculty development programs that we now have are something which help us in that. But the first day was something that all of us remember throughout our life. Why? Because we all felt that kind of nervousness, the palpitation in the heart, the sweating, the sticky palms. We've all gone through it. So what is it that helps us overcome that? One thing which helps us over a period of time is the confidence that we acquire through repetitive work, teaching the same thing over a period of time. So repetition is very important. It is a great teacher in one day at one instance. It's not a talent that you possess. It's a skill that you acquire over a period of time. It is a skill that you can develop. It is a skill that you can hone by repetition, by practice, and by persistence. So all of us are in the same position, but those who are putting in their best and who are persistent will definitely succeed. So what are the two things I say which are really expected of a teacher to effectively engage with students? What is the job of a teacher? So the teacher's role primarily would encompass teaching, which is something that we all know. Teaching means that you study your lesson, study whatever you want to teach today. You have thought out a plan, you've worked out some kind of a structure for that, and you have read through some kind of material, books, etc., gain that knowledge, and which you then go out and teach to the students. So one aspect is that we ourselves must be good learners. As teachers, we are learners throughout our lives. We never give up on learning. So we learn, and if we have been able to absorb it, we simplify it and then put it out. A teacher is something which is different from a book. A student can go home and open a book and read, but what is it that you are doing in the class which is different, which is absolute, that you have understood?
Shruti ma'am, sorry to intervene ma'am. Can you hear me?
You're able to describe and communicate with the class.
Shruti ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, I guess your bandwidth is low, and so your voice is cracking. We're not able to hear you properly. So most of the... Ma'am, no, ma'am, your voice is very patchy. So you could try switching off your video and then, just keeping the audio on and then addressing us.
Okay, I'll do that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, better now.
Am I audible? All right.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to request, but if you could just repeat what you had just touched upon, because most of us have missed out on what you had touched upon earlier because of the network problems.
I'll do that. Yeah. Well, I hope I'm audible now.
Now, absolutely, ma'am.
Okay. So what I was saying was that, our first day at teaching was something which we all remember because we've never been taught to teach. And it's our ability that we have acquired over a period of time through repetition, through some kind of practice, resolution with ourselves of this is something that we can do. Because to overcome that nervousness from that first time, It is required that you are giving your best to it, which comes through repetition and practice. Now, there are two things which are expected from a teacher. One is, of course, that you are teaching which requires your ability to study and learn, your ability to comprehend and understand whatever you want to convey and teach to the students, which you have simplified in a manner which and made it different from a book, which is not something which is available in the book. So therefore, you need to give your own of yourself in the teaching that you are going to share with the student, which of course includes the fact that your knowledge, your content that you must possess must be at a level where we have worked on it. We cannot afford to be lazy in our learning. We have to put in our best to give our best to the student. The other aspect, which we often forget, which is expected of a teacher, but nobody really thinks about it, is the relationship between the teacher and the student. And that is where the aspect of soft skills comes in. Teaching is not simply about going out and blurting and just vomiting whatever you know. It is something more. It is to engage with the student. It means to establish a relationship with your student. So the first day when you go to class, even in the new session, when the students don't know you, of course, your reputation will precede you, because by now you've had a few years of time, which students have a tendency to talk about, that this is what the teacher is like. But your first contact with the student, what do you need to do? You need to smile, a smile which will reach your eyes. You need to establish eye contact. To establish that kind of a relationship between the teacher and student, it's very important to establish a connect. That is how you will engage with the student. That is how you will make it interesting for the student, because when you establish that contact, they feel that they know you, and they feel that you understand them, and they feel that you can give them something which is different, and they're waiting for you to speak. So that kind of a connection is very important. Now, I'm just going to tell you and give you an example of how we teach. Now, we teach law at law schools, which is expected of all of us. But what we teach in the classroom is so different to what is required and expected of a lawyer in the courtroom. I'm talking about just the basic job of a lawyer. So we don't really teach him the practical aspects of advocacy. We don't teach him the real world aspects of advocacy. We are simply teaching him the law. It's something similar to, being taught how to ride a bicycle. You all will remember, this is something none of us forget. If you've learned how to ride a bike, nobody forgets how to ride it. Because you remember how you were taught. You got onto the bike with all the nervousness and the fear that you would fall off. But whoever held you from the back, your parent, your mother, your father, your friend, or your brother, sister, sibling, whoever, they made sure that they held you till the right time where you were able to pedal along and then finally take it forward. That's how you learned how to ride a bike. It was through practice, through help, and through just going and diving into it wholeheartedly. Now, take it the other way. If we are taught to ride a bike in a classroom where you are shown and drawn the diagram is drawn by the teacher. The teacher tells you these are the wheels of the bicycle, these are the spokes, this is a chain, these are the pedals, this is the handlebar, and that you get onto the seat and then you start riding the cycle. They tell you about the force and the momentum which is involved, which is a part of the physics which is involved in the riding of the bike. And then the teacher says that now you have to write a research paper on how you should ride a bike and what is the history of riding a bike, of this bikes. How was it invented? So you write your research paper, you give it to your teacher, and then the teacher says, now you have your final exam where you will be evaluated on the questions which are given to you. And if you get, let's say, about 70%, you can then go and ride a bike. Then you will be capable of riding a bike. Is that how it works? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. Because what is important is the practical experience, the practical experience of getting onto the bike and actually riding it and taking it forward. That's how you will learn it. But that is how we are different. So we can't do that in the law classroom. But what we can do is to teach the students through examples, through cases, through stories, because the brain operates in pictures. It understands and keeps and absorbs something which a teacher presents in the form of a picture, like a movie, what is happening. So if you are going to tell them about a case, if you give them the facts in an interesting manner, and then tell them that what do you think, and then ask them questions, because you need to engage with the students. That is called effective engagement. When you engage with the students, involve them, when you ask them questions like, what do you think of this judgment that was given? Do you agree with your friend? Do you have an opinion? Why do you have this opinion? What do you think of it? How would you have dealt with it differently? What would you have done? What is your understanding of the law? Is it right? Is it wrong? And that is where the debate comes along, and which involves the class and makes it more interesting for the student to comprehend and absorb and keep it with himself all the time. That is effective engagement. Now, when we engage with students, all students are not at the same platform. There will be students who are very confident, but there will be students who are more maybe shy, maybe apprehensive about speaking, maybe nervous about not coming forward and sharing their thoughts with you or giving you an answer. So we have to understand that this is all that is present in the class, and we need to show empathy. We need to bring them out and give them the right environment by encouraging them, by building their confidence through both giving them an opportunity, by both giving them an opportunity to for informal and formal speech. When I say formal and informal speech, it means informal discussions in the class, encouraging them to talk about things which are maybe not related to law or the subject that you are teaching, but which may be of concern to them. So when you go to the class, you may want to talk about their daily life for a minute or two, and then come to your lecture, which means that the student feels connected. He feels that this is something which is a part of his real life. You could maybe even ask them a question. You know, students nowadays have all of them carry their mobile phones with them. We are all aware of this, and we've had problems of students using their cell phones in class. So one way to ask them is, how many of you check your text during class? Do you check the Facebook account during class? So there could be a discussion about that, which lets it come out in the open, where people are able to talk about these things which are familiar and similar with everyone. So this is just a point of discussion to make an informal environment to help them engage with the process, engage with the student, and make them interested in the class. You also give them formal opportunities of formal speech, formal communication, because if you are building lawyers, communication is a very, very important skill that they need to develop. Communication for most of the professions is very important, but for lawyers is one of the single most important techniques and soft skills that you are developing. And they are watching you. How do you communicate? How do you speak? How do you deliver your lecture? Do you keep them engaged? So what do you need for communication? If you are giving the student a formal opportunity, which means you ask them to prepare a research on something, a topic, a case, or maybe something else, and then you fix a date where you call them and ask them to speak on that in a formal environment. So they get an opportunity to deliver a formal speech. And then you give feedback, because that is very important. Just giving them an opportunity is not the end, because they have to learn. So today I'm talking to you about the other aspect of the soft skills, which they have to develop and acquire through the law schools. It's not only the knowledge of law which is required, it is the developing of this soft skill. And the single most important one is communication, where communication means that you must have the confidence, you must be assertive, you must feel right with whatever you are saying, you must be open to listening, because that is equally important. If there's somebody else who doesn't agree with you, you must listen. There must be clarity of thought. You must be clear with whatever you have to put out to the students. Communication is very important. You know, if you say something wrong, it can land you in trouble. We see it happening in the newspapers every day, every time. Just the other day, I read something in the newspaper, which was a mistake. And newspaper is a medium of communication. The newspaper carried an article where it was written that so-and-so officer was convicted for accepting a bride instead of a bribe. They've written bride. So can you see where a mistake can land you in? What kind of trouble you are going to get into? This is the importance of communication and communicating correctly, where the student understands and the student is made to realize that he has to give of himself. It will take time for him to overcome his nervousness. It will take time for him to establish that kind of audacity, that kind of confidence, which is expected of a lawyer. And that you as a teacher are ready to provide him that kind of an environment. A very, very important part of your communication is your body language. Do you smile? Do you make eye contact? Do you use your gestures? You know, your body language is such a strong medium of communication. When you listen to a person, do you show that you are actually listening to them? You can maybe sit down, maybe pause, or maybe look at them intently. If you cross your hands, it seems that you don't agree with the person. So your body language is conveying, in fact, something far more than what you are speaking out with the spoken word. The pace of the teaching, the modulation of the voice. The pace of teaching is also a very, very important aspect to keep the audience engaged. Now, I'm going to say something to just demonstrate how the pace can really make a difference. For example, I tell you, in a very fast pace, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to talk to you about something which is extremely important and extremely interesting and will be extremely relevant to you for successful teaching. Please pay attention. As opposed to this, let me give you an example of a slow-paced sentence which I will say. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am going to talk to you about something which is completely irrelevant, something which is absolutely rubbish. And please don't pay attention. What did you hear? What did you listen to? This is the difference. So the same thing which you say in a calm manner, and the same thing, something which I was telling you that is extremely important, but I said it in such a fast-paced manner that it took your attention away. It seemed a little more boring, and you don't want to listen to that. But when I say that don't listen to something and I say it in a different manner by modulating my voice, by taking the pace up and down, is something which hits home. It's something which you will listen to, which you will like to listen to. So these are the ways, I feel that teachers are also actors to a large extent. You have to have that kind of the drama which is involved in theater, where you are able to modulate your voice, you are able to speak with your eyes, in addition to the speaking of the body and the words that you are conveying. So that is what is expected from a teacher. The third thing which is expected from us to effectively engage with the students and to develop their soft skills is professionalism. You must demand professionalism. And how can you demand professionalism from students? When you are professional, when you are on time for your class, when you come prepared with the lecture to your class, when you have structured your lecture in the proper manner before stepping into the class, no student will take you lightly. Establish a professional code of punctuality, of dressing appropriately. That is what a teacher does by example. More than what you say, they look at what you do. So if you are on time to the class, if you are well prepared, if you are dressed appropriately, that is what the students learn from you. So you can tell them that they have to be in time. This is the last 5 minutes into the class is the last time that I would allow anyone to enter. You must dress like this. So you have to do it slowly, but you have to demand it from the students, because anywhere they go, any employer that they have to go for to ask to be recruited, the employer, more than the knowledge of law, expects these kind of skills from them. They expect their employees to be on time. They expect their employees to put in their work, to complete their work on time, and not to be lazy, to understand everything that is being told to them, to get along with their other colleagues. That is all a part of this job. And that is what is a soft skill which is expected from a teacher as well. How many of us have had experiences with students where we know that students are responsible for something wrong? If the organizers permit, I would like to ask the participants to maybe write in the chat box anything that they don't like that students do. Their experience of maybe the student being late, being absent, not submitting their work on time, anything that whatever comes to you in mind. I'll give you 2-3 minutes to do that. Meanwhile, I'll keep talking and then I'll come back to it. So building the confidence is a very, very important part of the teacher's role in developing soft skills in the student. You have to exhibit and demonstrate a positive attitude, which you expect the students to emulate and learn from you. Soft skills basically are skills about life and about living. They are not about opening your books and learning and memorizing everything. It is something to do with the interpersonal skills, something to do with your emotions, your reactions, your ability to establish good relationship with your colleagues, your ability to empathize. Empathy, a very, very important skill for every human being. Empathy is something which helps you mentor students also, become a good mentor. Mentoring is a very important aspect of teaching, and you can only be a good mentor if you empathize with the person who is seeking your assistance. If you understand that the student or maybe your colleague is having some trouble, and this is where you need to go in, step in and help them. Give them listen to them, because that's the single most important thing for mentoring. Nowadays, if you look, the students, or rather the younger generation, We observe our slaves, I'm using this word because they are literally addicted to the social media. And this is something we need to reflect about. This is something we need to think about. Why is the younger generation behaving like this, where they do not like human company, where they are on their phones or their gadgets, and they prefer to talk and communicate through technology, through other mediums? What is it? Why are they doing this? Do you know that the beep or the ping of the cell phone when they get a message, it has a dopamine effect on the mind and psychology of the student, and that is what makes them addicted. It's like giving them drugs or alcohol and making them addicted. Why do they do this? The younger generation has learned to put a filter on everything. They do not feel that they have the freedom to go and express themselves. So if they're feeling low, what do? They'll text hi, hi, hi to 10 people. They'll send those messages to 10 people, waiting for some reaction from them. They don't get up and talk to a friend because this is not present. That kind of experience is not available to them. So this is something that we need to reflect, and where we are lacking in our ability to give them that experience, give them that comfort level, provide them a mentorship where they are able to come to you and express themselves without being judged. So I'm going to come back to these so many uh, of the participants have put in their notes of what don't they like in the students, and I'm just going to take a few because there's so many of them, and I think this is something which is so close to teachers that everyone is uh, waiting to talk about. So notorious students, students on the phone, then you have coming late to the class, disrespecting the faculty or being rude. Students don't open up, students don't adhere to deadlines, laxity in performing assignments with the same, misbehavior in class, attendance. So these are quite the same kind of issues that all of us have faced and all of us do face. Now, I want to just, you have experienced this, and I want you to put yourself in this place of the student. That if you don't submit your work on time, if you come late to class, as a teacher, so I'm asking you to do this role reversal, but as a teacher, which means you go late to class, you are not prepared with the lecture, you are not ready with the structure that you want to take through with the students, you have told them that you will be doing something with them, but you don't do it because you have been lazy. Reverse this. Whatever you don't like in the students, if you do it, think of yourself as doing it. So this is our feedback. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is the feedback that we are getting from the student. It is our responsibility to engage with the students on all these issues. You have to ensure accountability. You have to ensure responsibility of the students. If they don't submit their work on time, they must be accountable. I'm not telling you to thrash them, but you must ask them, what is the reason? And once they know that this is what is expected of them, they will slowly come into that. Now, what we as teachers do is that when we go late to the class, when we do not teach effectively, when we are not ready with our lesson, we are telling the students that we are taking you lightly. We are not giving our best to you. So when we don't give our best, the students get an opportunity to behave in this manner with us. There are some things which are inherent in the younger generation, but we will have to bring them around to this. In being on the phone is something which is constantly, all the teachers even as parents, that we are experiencing. But we have to give them an environment where we are able to make it more interesting for them to leave the phone and to listen to us, to engage them, to build that teamwork in the class, to give them assignments which maybe engages them and makes them forget the phone. We expect them to be on time. We have to be on time first. We expect them to come prepared for the test, but we have a test daily. We must go prepared to the class. How will you do that? It starts from us. And it will take time. It doesn't happen overnight. That is the first thing that I started with, which was repetition. We must do it over and over again and give them the environment. They're not going to leave their phones in one day. They're not going to start coming to class on time in one day. One of the most common excuses one hears is, ma'am, we were stuck in traffic. Ask them, do you have traffic every single day? Why can't you start 15 minutes earlier if you have traffic? So accountability is another way of bringing in that kind of building that responsibility in the student. We must make them responsible for their action. We must hold them accountable, because if you just simply ignore it, if you let it go, they will repeat it again the next day. So this is all how we learn on the job, how to deal with the student. We have to be calm, we cannot react, we have to think, and we have to ensure that the student treats you with respect. So when you treat the student with respect, when you give him that kind of professionalism, that is what the student learns from you. And that is what he then gives back, because that is what he's learning from you. That is something which he did not have earlier, but it is a skill that you are teaching through example to him. And that is going to be built through you as a teacher. A very effective way of really helping the students overcome all these problems is engaging them through teamwork. You can make pairs, you can make groups, where you give them an assignment, and when you ask them to interact, debate, discuss a particular issue. And then if somebody is hesitant, you will encourage him by asking him a question, giving him that environment that everybody is comfortable to speak and should speak whatever is in their mind. Nothing is right or wrong. You have to give and build that environment for the student to feel safe and speak his mind. Once they start engaging, once they start feeling that they have understood, it all works out. Your classroom is the future of this country. You don't know which one of these people is going to turn out into a nani palki wala. So you have to build it. You have to give it to them. That is why the role of a teacher is so very important. Now, critical thinking, there is another aspect of our job which is equally important. As children, you find that when you've had children or you've observed other children, they ask so many questions. They are incessantly asking you questions. If they watched a movie, they will ask you, why did this happen? Why couldn't it happen like this? Or why did he go away? Why did he leave? Why is Santa Claus going to everyone's house? How is he going to everyone's house in one night and giving so many gifts? So these are questions which are coming up. We need to question too. We need to question. And I think some of the greatest questions which make us think comes from the students. So we must encourage them to ask questions and then think about it. Reflect on what and how you taught. Where did you lack? If you did not know an answer to a question, that is perfectly fine. You are not supposed to know everything. You are supposed to give your best and do it confidently. But you're not expected to know everything. But you must work on what you did not know. Come back, go through it, and see what can be done. What was the answer to it? Lastly, a very important, and the last skill that I'm going to talk about is leadership. Leadership, whether it is, you can call it as a part of a mentoring, or whether you call it as a part of the soft skill, is very, very important. And leadership does not come with position. It is how you behave. It is how you conduct yourself in a position, whatever position you may be. Whatever is your behavior will be the fact that makes you a leader. And leaders do what? They do everything at great personal sacrifice. They stay late. They're the last ones to leave. They don't take credit for something which has gone right, but they will take responsibility for something which has gone wrong. Maybe a student has done something wrong, maybe a colleague did something wrong, but you take the responsibility for that. That is a leader who takes the team with him. It is not, again, I'm repeating, it is not a talent, but a skill, like parenting, which is a skill which can be acquired by everyone. Everyone has a capacity to become a leader. It is not about being in charge, but about taking care of people who you put in charge. That is leadership. And that is creating the right environment for people to lead. That is a leader. So with this, I would just like to sum up that there are a lot of aspects of development besides the exact subject that we are teaching, which come through our daily experience of teaching and are imparted to the student of, and that is where they're learning these soft skills from us. We don't have to have a separate class for that. We do it in our manner, in the way that we communicate with our students, in the way that we teach, in the way that we engage with them, in the way that we allow them into our lives. We teach them the skills of life and of living the life well. So thank you very much. Over to Navjeet.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am, for enriching us with your learnings and knowledge and sharing the ultimate guide to student engagement with us. I'm confident that your words will continue to guide us as we engage with our students in future. Before we bid you adieu, we would like you to take a few questions from our participants. We have with us Mr. Sumit Bamhore, who's posed the first question. His question is, how to ensure better engagement, specifically in online classes through digital platforms?
Okay, so this is something which is really new, and this is a problem that all of us have been facing when we are dealing with the online classes that we are having. Now, again, since every student would have the option of, putting off the video, and of course you have muted them. So that stops the engagement, really, the effective engagement which is there in the class. So we are now out of that. But what I have seen that we can do is, you ask them, you can teach them for a little shorter period of time, because long lectures are not going to work on this online platform. They are too monotonous and they don't effectively engage. So maybe you can structure your talk or lecture in a way where you teach for 20 minutes, then give 10 minutes to the students, open it up for those maybe who want to raise their hands, or maybe put it in the chat box where they pose questions to you, or you ask them questions and then ask the students to answer, and maybe have some kind of an interaction, and then again take it forward where you are lecturing them again. So keep it short, make it engaging with opening the allowing some people to speak also, because anytime anybody gets an opportunity to speak is a great thing for anyone. It makes them feel special. If everybody cannot speak, you can ask them to write on the chat box, which also gives them some kind of recognition that they are participating in this medium of online classes or lecturing. So these are ways. And ask for feedback from students. I think that is a very important thing which we miss out on. Ask the students that if you don't think, you can anonymously send me, through an email, maybe through another message or through some other medium, just collect them and send me some feedback of where I'm lacking. And those are things where, which help us, think and reflect and help us overcome our drawbacks to a large extent.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. The next question comes from Ms. Gunjan Ahuja. She's asking, how do you deal with discipline issues in a class in a non-offensive manner, as we are dealing with young adults rather than kids?
Thank you, Gunjan. That's a very pertinent question, especially when you are creating lawyers of the future. They are all aware of what they want to do, and they can be sometimes offensive in the class. So discipline, as I said, is something that you will start establishing from day one in your class. When you go well prepared, when you are teaching effectively, when you know how to handle the questions posed by the class, and also when you answer questions, you must ask questions to the students. So a very good way which I have found is that after a couple of days or 2-3 days, you will understand that these are the students who are normally not the ones who have come per se to study, but may create some kind of a nuisance. So engage with them, ask them some questions on what you have taught, and don't ridicule them, because that's not a good thing to do. Don't ridicule them, but ask them questions and maybe bring them around to what you are trying to convey in the class. Try to tell them that this is what you missed out, but in a very polite but a firm manner, where it shows and makes an example to the class that when you are teaching, you are the one who's going to take control. But if you have something to say, you are open to ask, and I will be comfortable with taking your questions and answering your questions. So when you build that environment, which will take some time, it doesn't happen overnight, it will take time, you will have nuisance mongers reducing, and you will have people in the class, the students who appreciate and value your teaching, ridiculing those kind of students, which takes them into a, which makes them reflect that maybe I'm doing something wrong because the other students don't like what I'm doing. So it's just about creating that kind of an environment where you demand a professional behavior from the student. So never ridicule, but you can engage and build that environment through your structure, through your behavior.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question comes from Ms. Poonam Sharma. She's asking, is it a must that a teacher must be presentable? Does his dressing sense matter? And whether a teacher must be lenient or strict?
Dressing is very, very important. For me personally, I feel that conveys professionalism. If you must go appropriately dressed to class. I don't agree with being casual. I think because when you go appropriately dressed to class, it conveys that you something. It conveys that you mean business. You are serious about your teaching, and you take care of things which are important, and you expect the same from the student. The students are watching you. They are going to, when you want, see, they have to go for a job interview, if they go dressed in jeans and t-shirt, it's such a big put off. Nobody is going to want to employ them because they're not serious about it. One of the important things that we used to teach in the IS center, where we used to conduct mock interviews for students, was that we are dressed professionally, and we expect the students also to behave like that. So the body language comes when you are dressed for confidence, when you are dressed appropriately. Because when you're teaching, you don't want to be thinking about whether your dress is fine or not. You have to focus completely and entirely on the students and your teaching. Sorry, what was the other part of the question, Abjeet?
Whether a teacher must be lenient or strict?
Okay, lenient or strict is, it has to be a combination. It's never one thing. So you must be strict when you have to convey that you mean business. But when you are establishing an informal atmosphere in the class, encourage that, where the student feels comfortable talking about things with you. So they must know a line which you need to draw, where you need to be strict, where you cannot be taken, you have to establish that distance also, but you must be available for the students. So you may fix a time where you want to listen to them if they have problems, or they want to discuss something with you, which you can do. But then they must know that we cannot overstep that line. We cannot, the teacher will not like something which goes beyond this. So it has to be a combination, and we learn on the job. It will come through doing, through practice. When you engage with the students, you know that this one is being serious and I need to help him. I need to be more liberal with him in my dealing with him. But when you know that a student is creating nuisance, you may need to be a little more strict with that student. So it will have to be from circumstance to circumstance, from case to case, from student to student. It will depend on the situation.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is from Ms. Hari Bhatia. She needs to know how to deal with, in fact, we all need to know that, how to deal with arrogant students and students who misbehave.
I think, I've just sort of answered that already, because when you creating nuisance, being a troublemaker, being arrogant, first of all, you don't need to speak in the same language as the student is doing. The class needs to know that you are an elder, you are a teacher who is giving them something which they want to come to class for. So I think that really begins with you. That when you are going prepared to your class, there will be students who are waiting to eagerly attend your class. There are so many kinds of students. One is those students who are always there on the front desk, waiting to take notes and never miss a class. So they are always going to be there. But then there are those medium sort of students who are slightly serious, but not so serious also in certain situations. And then there are nuisance makers. So we have to cater to all of them, which means that we really need to engage with all the students and need to identify which are the students who are really the ones who can disturb this class. And I'm sure all teachers know that. All of us know that who are the real troublemakers. So eye contact, your confidence, smile, ask questions, engage them in any kind of activity, make sure that they are treated equally. And if they say something which is not appropriate, you must tell them that this is not appropriate. But do not shout, do not react. You have to be polite but firm. They must know that you are conveying a message that you will not accept a certain kind of behavior in this classroom. So once you have, you are teaching effectively, they will think twice about messing with anyone. And once you see that you are able to build up a rapport with the majority of the class students, again, it puts them on a back foot, because that is peer pressure is something which is extremely important to the generation of that category of age group, where what their friends and classmates think of them is very important to them. So you need to build that through your environment and through your teaching and through your dealing with all students.
Thank you, ma'am. One last question and a very quick one. That comes from Suja Kanta Baladikari, as to how to keep your biases at away, or how to be objective while evaluating internal projects, presentations of the students.
A very, very important question. And this is something I think all of us as teachers have to particularly be conscious of. You see, this is normal human tendency that if somebody speaks to us rudely, we don't want to speak to him. We don't deal with him in the same manner that we would deal with the person who is speaking to us in a friendly, comfortable, respectful manner. So this is a normal human reaction. But You must remember as a teacher that when we evaluate, we are evaluating the child or the student or the person for his performance at that moment. Our job is to evaluate what is in front of us. Our job is not to carry the baggage of whatever the relationship has been between you and the colleague or the student or whatever you may you're talking about the bias, because this is a very, very important, we teach this in law. No prejudice, no, this is one of the principles of natural justice. Because if you behave with integrity and without bias, if you evaluate students with, so if a student has been rude to you or has created trouble, but if you have evaluated that student according to his performance, this kind of respect that you will gain from that is immeasurable. Then you don't need to do anything because it is already done for you. That is the building up of your reputation. And you can never get back at someone by expressing yourself through this tool. We think that we have this tool that if we give them less marks, we have him under our control. But it's very important to understand that a teacher's control is not through the marks, through the evaluation that we are doing. It is through our behavior. It is through the respect that we need to generate amongst the students. They need to respect us for our work, for giving our best, for being objective, for being honest, for being a person with integrity. And let me tell you, everyone respects such a person. There is no one, even a person who's a troublemaker will come around to that if he knows that you are acting without bias. He has that confidence in that teacher.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Extremely grateful to you for your valuable time.
Thank you.
We have a lot of learnings from this session. Thank you so much. Extremely grateful to you.
Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. Thank you, Professor Rashmi. I saw Professor Subbarao earlier, so I thank him as well. And I thank all the participants for being such a wonderful audience. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here. And of course, I'm so happy to see Navjeet conducting this and moderating this session. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are breaking for lunch now and we'll reconvene at 2:30 p.m. While we recommend that you leave the Zoom app open with the privacy settings turned on, you may also join us back at 2:30 again. Thank you so much.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to VIPS for providing me this platform to enrich my knowledge. And I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the esteemed experts who have actually shared their repository of knowledge and enrich my knowledge again. And thank you for that. Well, I will sum up the entire sessions in 4 or 5 points. I would not take much time. The first one, which relates to me and the most interesting thing is that even this entire platform is for legal education and studies. I believe that the techniques and the qualities of a teacher that has been, emphasized, that have been emphasized on by most of the speakers here, are also relevant to other subject domain, including political science. For example, patience, passion, compassion, considerateness, and being objective and responsive. And a second point which relates to me again is that I totally agree that there is no substitute to classroom teaching, because it helps you interact with students in a continuous manner and also build an interpersonal relationship. So this is important for me because I always conduct my classes in a more interactive way, where I do not deliver the lecture spontaneously in the sense continuously and spontaneously, but I take people like students and ask them questions so that they can also be part of my lecture, so that I can actually, as Professor Bedi, to emphasize on the soft skill development. And the third is that that the digital or online platform, they are more than unequal than equal. I am from Himachal Pradesh, and internet connectivity is a problem. And when the COVID lockdown happened, I actually had a hard time conducting online courses and teaching. So I have to integrate a lot of methods online. For example, if I'm teaching over the Zoom, my attendance was not full. So maybe not even half sometimes. No, it was very difficult. So I have to integrate like PT mode, my voice recording, and also WhatsApp online methods into my teaching class so that I can reach to as much or as many students as I could in my classroom. And another point is, which actually is very relevant, is value neutrality. Being a part of the political science department, political values often tend to, shape people's views and opinions. So people ask me that which ideology I need to take in, or imbibe. But I tell my students that it's not about ideology, it's about how you inculcate what is right or wrong. When Professor Subbarao today's session, he highlighted that you have to have value addition in our teaching. So these are values that we don't impose on our students, but help them and develop their analytical skills so that they can themselves know what is right value and wrong value in that. So I would end my presentation by reiterating the point which has been emphasized by most of my esteemed speakers in these sessions, is that we do not need learned teachers. We need teachers who are learning. So that means we have to keep updating ourselves, evolving our strategies as per the circumstances, and that's what is most important for a teacher. So I am once again grateful to VIPS and also our esteemed speakers for enriching my knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arundhati. In deference to the meaningful suggestion of our last speaker, Professor Dr. Shruti Bedi, wherein she emphasized upon the importance of repetition and recall, I now call upon the next participant to share her learnings with us. Mr. Avinash Bhagwan Avaghade, Assistant Professor, Jain University.
I'm going to discuss about my takeaway or my understanding about this FDP program. So I'm thankful to all the organizer team for this well organized program. So what I understood, what I understood by this program, I will share my experience, I will share my thoughts. So as in the first day, just a minute. As in the first inaugural program and the first day interaction with the expertise and the speakers, I come up with the some thing that education and the interest of the citizen can be realized only by the transition from the normal classroom to online classroom with the help of e-learning tools. So now we are in the position where we are facing so much problem due to COVID-19.
You're not audible, sir.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. So as we are aware about the changing notions of the education, not only education, but the legal education in India, where the Bar Council of India started experiment with the 5-year law course. The very purpose of this development in legal education to provide the support or to provide to fulfill the demands of the private sectors and industries. So that's why the changing notions of the legal education, which come up with the new standards in the legal education, where the 5-year law course was offered by the the legal institutions where it was said to be one of the development in the legal education. So in the context of the WTO policy on education are diverse in nature, if we analyze the pattern of legal education, which definitely accepted the the, the changes occurred due to the LPG policy. So legal education now we can say is gradually liberalized. So yesterday's talk about the teaching techniques of the constitutional law and the jurisprudence, where being a teacher of law, especially the jurisprudence and the constitution, I come with that observation that the effective mandatory jurisprudence required to be explored with the concrete example, which definitely will provide some standard of the analysis to the questions of the students. So teaching of large number of views and facilitate the student to choice among alternatives, whereas the theories are taught is only so much to teach the few theories meaningfully. So that's why if we give the concrete examples that present student with the question of law. So as we are aware about the importance of the jurisprudence in a legal life and social life of the human being. So where we have been taught that jurisprudence is the father of law, but at the same time, we have to recognize the Constitution as a mother of law. So in that context, if we are a teacher of the jurisprudence and Constitution, we have to connect the jurisprudence and the Constitution by giving the analysis of the question of law involving the particular public issues or public policies. So in a vision of justice, as we serve in throughout the giving student a broader perspective of law, including the concerned values of law. So, of course, this structure will definitely do a better idea and achieve the learning objectives of the student. So now we are in the mode of giving more facilitation, we can say the student centric. Earlier, we were part of the legal education, where it was the teacher-centric approach. But now, I come to the observation that now in this era where the education considered as a commercial good, where we can buy a degree by way of paying a fee. So in that context, we have to consider to some extent the education as a service, where we are providing service to the student, imparting knowledge, imparting education, and offering them the legal education. So in that context, we have to satisfy the need of the student and the changing notions. So in this scenario, the role of faculty or the teacher in law is more important, where it's not only facilitator, but we can say the guide or the milestone in the life of the student. So with this remark, I will conclude my takeaway of the summer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Mr. Shivam, I request Ms. Garima Yadav, Assistant Professor, Symbiosis Law School, Noida, to share her learnings with us.
For giving me my learnings so far. A good number of my co-participants have already shared some of the main points that I also have learned. But to summarize my understanding of these 3 days, I will say that I learned one thing, that being a sociologist in a legal institution like law school, initially I used to think that it is very difficult because as a sociologist, maybe I'm not able to understand the law. However, thanks to all the speakers I have listened to so far, they have really opened up my understanding, and they have given me that kind of confidence that interdisciplinary is the key. You cannot restrict yourself to one discipline only. You have to read not just from the area which you are specializing in, but you have to continuously evolve your understanding by reading as much as you can. So this is my one key learning that I'm taking from these 2 days session, and in fact today's session also. Especially Professor Rao's session, the way he speaks, the way the command that he has over his, the knowledge that he has and the understanding that he has, and the voice modulation that he brings while communicating, the energy that he brings when he's sharing his views, that really inspired me, because that is something I would really love to have, have the similar kind of energy level in my classrooms also, because I'm sure that students really get inspired, or the learners really get inspired when the teacher is actively engaged and is not passively just sitting on a chair or on a dais by just reading out from the PPTs, but also using certain examples which are relevant. So these are the two main points. And apart from that, even today's lecture also, the emphasis on soft skills, the way you conduct yourself, that was really important. However, one key thing that I really want to share with all my colleagues over here and my learned academicians over here, that at times I've heard some of our students passing comments that, those who are earning 60,000, 80,000, 90,000 are going to teach us, because all these budding legal professionals, they aim for, a pay package which is more than 1 lakh or 2 lakh or something like that per month. So that used to really, in the beginning, it used to impact me. However, I was lucky that comment never came to my way, but I have always overheard these things being said, or I have seen them on the memes page that are generally there. And that used to impact the self-esteem. However, these 2 days have realized that the self-esteem of a teacher is, as an individual, is extremely important, because the way the faith, the confidence that I'm going to have in my abilities and my profession, that is going to touch a good number of students who might not be very vocal, who might not be very sure of their professional choices, but maybe my confidence or my healthy self-esteem might help them to have a better understanding of their life. So I will just say this thing only, and thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garima. I would now request Dr. Gurmanpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor of Law at Rajiv Gandhi National Law University, Patiala, to come and share her learnings from the earlier sessions. Dr. Gurmanpreet, are you there? All right.
Ask her to unmute. Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
Ma'am, are we audible to you? Yeah.
Okay, so am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everyone, organizers, my fellow participants. I am Dr. Gurmanpreet Kaur, working as an Assistant Professor of Law at Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab. So these last 2 days have been very enlightening for us. I thank VIPS for giving me this opportunity to join this course. So during my presentation, I am trying to sum up what I learned in the last 2 days. So the first session, that was the inauguration by Professor Dr. Amarpal Singh. He very well said that law learning is a skill set. It cannot be taught only with the help of books, but with the practical knowledge, it should be imparted to the students. He gave a very good example that if we give a rule book to the students to learn the art of swimming, it will not serve the purpose unless and until we give practical training for swimming. So similarly, it is with the same is thing with the law also. So because law is changing with the passage of time, so there is need for the students as well as for the teachers to keep themselves updated and keep the pace with the time. He also gave a very important he also said a very important thing, that teachers should not do the work just to finish the work or for the sake of doing the work, but the teachers should be leaders among the students, and they should motivate the students. Then next session was chaired by Professor Dr. R. Venkat Rao. He gave a very pertinent thought in his lecture. He said in the 21st century, the idea is towards dispute avoidance now, rather than dispute resolution. So you also suggested that every teacher should imbibe 6 essential skills for a teacher to imbibe in their personality so that the teacher can develop further. So I won't be elaborating upon these 6 essential skills. He sir has already very well elaborated upon them. Then the last session on the first day was by Professor Subba Rao sir. He gave the session on importance of teaching techniques. So sir said there are teachers should perform 3 types of roles. So first was the regular classroom teaching, what we are already doing. So one should also include, along with the theoretical teaching, practical teaching should also be there. Then the second form of teaching which he suggested was synchronous learning, where online techniques should be used along with real-time teaching. Then lastly, he suggested that offline interaction with the students is also very important, as it facilitates informal teaching and clear out the thoughts of the students. Then the sir also suggested, and this is also very important, that there should be learning centered classroom and curriculum centered classroom, where if we follow these techniques, then the students follow more, because in learning centered classroom there are regular discussions, interactions, and practical things which are discussed with the students, whereas in curriculum centered classroom, here mostly the concepts are mentioned in the books, they are discussed with the students. So learning centered classroom is the more preferred and liked by the students. It keeps them engaged and it also generates the interest of the students. And lastly, in the same lecture, uh, uh, he gave a very important structural design which a teacher should follow, every teacher should follow. Before entering, the 9 steps were there for that. So very quickly, I'll be discussing those steps. Sir suggested that the teacher should have proper knowledge about the subject one is teaching. Types of audience is also very important, that whether we are teaching LLM or BLLB, whether we have to teach the basic concepts or just discussion, revision of the older concepts. Then time management is the key, which every teacher should follow. Then linking the previous lecture with the today's lecture, that is also important. And in the end, sir also suggested that we should not abruptly end our class. There should be summoning up and asking of the questions to the students for evaluation. So I can say that teachers should have smooth takeoff and smooth landing. The teacher should develop from the subject from known to unknown. Then moving further, in yesterday's session on day 2, first technical session was held by Professor Subba Rao again. He discussed about the teaching techniques of the constitutional law, in which he further elaborated upon those 9 steps which he discussed on the first day also. And then he said that the constitutional law can be taught in a doctrinal way by teaching conventions, articles, case laws, and students should be taught towards discussing more and more discussing about the critical analysis of each and every case. So not only the students should be asked to work upon the case comments, but also work upon the critical analysis of every aspect. Then next in the day was a session taken up by Subramaniam sir on the teaching techniques of jurisprudence. So when I was a student, I didn't like jurisprudence subject much, but the way sir explained, now I think I can teach this subject, because he said that he gave very important examples, very practical examples. He said that teachers should take up any subject with patience. There should be a proper lesson plan developed by a teacher, so that it generates interest of the students attention should be engaged by the teacher, and also discuss the practical aspects of every subject, relate jurisprudential theories with examples. Sir starts teaching with moral duties and relates with the rights. So I thought this is a very good example of teaching jurisprudence, and I can try my hand at it. Then last session yesterday was taken up by Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha sir. So he discussed the importance of international law and its correlation with the domestic law. Then he discussed about the very recent aspect of a relation of business and the human rights. This is a very emerging area. And then there are legally binding institutions which are protecting the interest of the MNCs. So he suggested that while we are drafting treaties, the intention of the drafters are to be taken into account, the political and the moral pressure is to be taken into account, foreign relations, implementation, mechanisms, reservations by the states, all these are to be taken into account. Then lastly, sir did his lecture the ongoing example of the pandemic, where numerous civil suits are being filed against China for spreading the coronavirus. So he discussed whether the China can be held liable. So he suggested that it's the WHO's prerogative to look into this, as China has not informed but misinformed about the virus. Because it was a duty, it was the obligation of China to inform in the ongoing during this global health emergency. So I'll also discuss very briefly about the Shruti Bedi ma'am's class. See, she gave very important suggestions. She gave a very important, discussed about very important things in her lecture, like the teachers should learn their skills by repetition and hard work. So repetition is the key. So more we repeat the things, more we deliver the things, more we learn. And also developing soft skills and building up communication and discussing with the students is the key to engage the attention of the students in the class. So thank you once again, VIPS, and everybody, every host who is organizing this, every organizer, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on this. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Gurmanpreet Kaur, for sharing today's learnings also with us. Yes, it's indeed heartening to see that almost all the participants who have shared their learnings, they have immensely benefited from the sessions and have some very concrete takeaways from the FDP. I would now request Dr. Harshita Harshu, Assistant Professor, Trinity Institute of Professional Studies, to come and share her experience with us.
Thank you for giving me the chance. I would like to thank VIPS FDP team for selecting my write-up for presentation today. And the most important thing that I have grabbed from this FDP session, as a lot of other presenters have already recapitulated all the things that have been taken up in the previous days, I would like to say about the most important thing that in this FDP, I got to learn, and it was the most important care that was taken was to help every faculty to become a better teacher. The sessions actually focused on how to become a better teacher and how to be able to deliver their own subjects in a better way. Not only to just, because content is something that everyone, we do take care, because we have to cover the whole syllabus and we are supposed to prepare the students for the exams. But here we were taught, and all the eminent speakers who have spoken in the previous days have taught us how to be able to deliver those lectures and to be able to cover the syllabus and also enhance the knowledge of the students, not only to just make them better for their exams or just help them grab gold medals or become toppers in the university. They have helped us to make them a better student, better lawyers, or a better human being. And it's not only how the students would be becoming better, we are also getting a lot. Like I have become an admirer of Subha sir. It was the first time that I ever heard from him in any program, and I would like to thank VIPS to have been able to get him to teach so many faculties from his side. Subha sir has actually told us how not only the content matters or the curriculum, which I was under the impression that the whole of India should be under one curriculum, but he dealt with that question in the very first day, which I had posed it to him, that he said that no, not only the curriculum, but how, the curriculum depends on many things. It's how the subject should be learner centric and not only about what the content is, and not in a hurry to finish the syllabus because we are supposed to get it done in the academic sessions. Like all the teachers who have taught us in the previous days, they have focused on the fact that don't just hurry towards finishing the syllabus, but impart knowledge to the students. And that is really important. Sir taught us 9 techniques how to be prepared for the class. And as he used to come for his sessions, he first tackled with all that he's going to take up in the class today. He used to give it in brief points and then discuss each and every point in detail with the help of his personal examples. And that has really given me, that is one of the biggest takeaway for me, that how to be planned with the whole strategy, with the whole way that I'm going to take care in the class from now on, or that we have been doing in but not in such detailed way or in such planned strategical manner. So that is one big takeaway. Another takeaway, as I can also put it in points, is another takeaway is how we have to become a good example. Not just, we preach. It's always said teachers are very good preachers, but no, it has been told by uh, Subarao sir time and again that don't just be preachers, practice before preaching. Same was talked about by Dr. Bedi also today, that if we want them to respond to us, we need to respond to their needs as well. It's always, every relationship is a give and take relationship, and so is the relationship between a student and a teacher. And that was really very good, because how to, delivering lectures is easy for anyone can read a book, go and deliver the things and become a teacher. No, but becoming a teacher, we need to be something out of the box. We need to think out of the box. We need to think out of the book and the syllabus, and help the students, instill in them the knowledge of thinking, the power of thinking, or making their own perspectives ready in future. And that is the biggest takeaway I'm going to have from this FDP. I would like to thank VIPS again. And as I am a multidisciplinary student myself, I'm a graduate in science, postgraduate in criminology, and a PhD in sociology. So being such a multidisciplinary student myself, when sir talked about that, it's not only one discipline. When we are teaching law students, they always have, why do we need to study non-law subjects? And then in teaching them, going to teach them sociology and history also, it's like we have to tell them, listen, these are the places where you're going to use these subjects. So sir also focused on that part, that no, you in order to understand the constitutional law or the jurisprudence, you need to be well versed with sociology or political science or history of why and how things happened. So thank you, VIPS, for organizing this FDP and allowing me to give a presentation on my learnings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harshita. I now
Thank
call upon our very own Ms. Kanchan Lavanya, Assistant Professor, VSLLS, to share her enrichments from the sessions with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really feel very blessed to be a part of this FDP program, and specifically, I feel that it is an act of providence that I'm continually being guided by Professor Subbarao and Professor Venkata Rao. And one thing I was always amazed about was that what is that many great constitutional functionaries have been back to the education system. For example, from the very beginning, we have the example of Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, or we have the example of former President of India, APJ Abdul Kalam. In fact, we have Barack Obama with us. He's going back and teaching again. We have Raghuram Rajan. So what is that everyone is going back to this education field, and although we question the academics as to it's not being improving, it's not doing well if we compare it with other things. But then I really feel great now, specifically that I am also into this profession and learning a lot. As rightly said by Subbarao sir yesterday, that for some of us it's really a passion, for some of us it's an addiction. And what makes you a good teacher is actually that can be cultivated as an art. So I think through these sessions, I am learning that art to be a good teacher, and it really feels like going back to school or going back to the college time, that listening to the lectures. And then also I'll be definitely inculcating all the learnings from these sessions to my classrooms as well. From the very first day and all these 3 days, what I learned specifically, it was that you have to keep aside your ego, because when you come to a position as a teacher, you feel now you are in an authoritative position. But then yesterday Subbarao sir reminded through that Sanskrit shloka of Taittiriya Upanishad, that Sehna Vavatu Sehno Bhuvaktu Seh Viryam Karvavahe. That is one shlok that I used to recite when I was in school for all my 12 years being a Kendra Vidyalaya student. So we used to recite that shloka. Now I understood its true meaning, that as a teacher, actually we are not superior to somebody, and also as Swami Vivekananda rightly says that it's really a folly to believe that you are teaching somebody. No, you are not teaching somebody, actually you are only a facilitator. So you are just providing, maybe you are providing the fertile soil, you are providing the right quantity of water, you are providing the sunlight. So you are just acting as a facilitator to somebody, and therefore this authoritarianism or this ego aspect from your personality, that should go away. So I think this is one important learning from all the 3 sessions, all 3 days that have been organized by the VIPS. I think I'm really grateful for this part. Then secondly, yesterday also all my favorite subjects were being discussed in detail as to how they need to be taught. Specifically, when we talk of constitutional law, Professor Subbarao has very elaborately dealt with it. And also, I've also noted each and every point very specifically about it. But again, it also reminded me of Dr. Ambedkar's saying that he said that a good constitution, there's no good constitution. So people who will implement it, then it will become good. Similarly, even if a constitution is bad, but the people who are implementing it, they are good, then it will turn out to be good. So although the teachers will not be directly implementing the constitution, definitely, but definitely we need to remember that in a class of 60 students, definitely there will be some of them who will be becoming lawyers and judges, and they will be interpreting the constitution. There will be some policy makers also, there will be some political leaders as well. So they'll be utilizing our teachings maybe at some point of time. So thinking, taking all these things into aspect, we should teach constitutional law. Definitely many of us have recapitulated on all the 9 parameters that he has given, considering that to be the edifice of constitutional law. But I believe that is the edifice of each and every subject, that how do you go about any particular subject. So just few things about constitutional law, that he very rightly said that you have to start with constitutional law, differentiate between constitutional law and the constitution itself, then constitutionalism, and definitely integrate constitution with other studies also. So history and polity and economy, all that need to be integrated. So for example, nowadays we are talking of Atmanirbhar, that we should be self-sufficient. So now we can give this thought to our students, that whether is it that the state is abandoning its responsibilities from directive principles, or is it furthering its it's further doing its performing its responsibilities. So that touches upon the economic aspect. When we talk of constitutionalism and we relate it to history, definitely it starts with all the struggle, all the independent struggle, starting from the 1928 Motilal Nehru's report being given on the constitution. So we are touching upon the aspect of history as well. So when we talk of social justice, of course, again, now we are amending the labor laws, and we are also going we are also touching that aspect as well. So therefore the responsibility of a teacher is not to teach the subject in a very monotonous way, and just to be only concerned with constitution, but we need to understand that it touches upon a number of aspects, and therefore our responsibility as a teacher is that we need to integrate all of them. So that's the beauty of constitution law. And definitely I'm really also blessed to have our constitutional law teacher, who always emphasized on being always updated and always upgrade yourself. So the habit of reading new constitutional laws, and also as Subbarao sir said, that one need to be also uh, uh, aware of the plurality of the opinion. So starting from the dissenting opinion of Justice Fazal Ali from A.K. Gopalan case, we have been introduced to the dissenting opinions till now, and I'm really thankful to my constitutional law teacher for that. So all these things in constitutional law, similarly for the jurisprudence, that how we can make it interesting. For me also, it was really very difficult to understand the very basic nuances of jurisprudence. But definitely, sir yesterday told that we can give up some basics, some stories, some anecdotes, some some examples from the mythologies, and that can make it really interesting. So that thing, I think we can apply to other subjects as well. And similarly for international human rights law, that we need to be updated, and the way we go on research, that is also very important, because our research abilities will also help us to deliver better in the classrooms also. So this is all what I have learned. I'm really thankful to my institution for giving me this opportunity, and thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kanchan, for elaborating beautifully on all the learnings and enrichments of the last 2 days. Yes, those 9 principles shared by Professor Rao, they constitute the edifice for teaching any law subject for that matter. With this, would Ms. Kanika Dhingra be kind enough to come up and share her learnings? She's
Yes,
from
sure.
National Law University, Jodhpur, Assistant Professor at National Law University, Jodhpur. Yes, Kanika, over to you now.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all the senior faculty members, the organizers of the event, my colleagues and dear friends. I am Kanika Dhingra, Assistant Professor and PhD Scholar from National Law University, Jodhpur. And it gives me immense pleasure to, first of all, be a part of this FDP. And I'm thankful that VIPS took up the initiative of organizing this event. As for me personally, it feels like reliving my old memories, as I have been a part of VIPS for a duration of 5 years as a student myself, from 2009 to 14. And from the past 2 days and even today, I've been seeing a few faces that I can definitely connect to. Rashmi ma'am, Shilpa ma'am, Ravindran sir, Neeru ma'am, Monica ma'am, Tushita ma'am, and everybody. So this FDP is particularly very close to my heart, and therefore probably I've been having all my years, all the sessions that have been taken up so far. And probably because of the same, and also surprisingly, I'm required to present my write-up before all of you today. So in the last 2 days, we've had discussions on various teaching techniques, methods, and approaches, but I'll only refer to some of the very pertinent things that I found were valuable takeaways from all these sessions. So on the first day, in the inaugural address that was delivered by Professor Dr. A.P. Singh sir, he pointed out towards the significant growth that the legal education and profession has seen in the past 2 decades. And most importantly, the bitter truth that he pointed out towards too, which is the continuous fall in the quality of education that has been seen in the legal education system. Though again, as one of the co-attendees has highlighted, how we can actually say this has gone down because a lot of people have been contributing to the profession significantly. A number of reputed people have been a part of this profession and are continuing to join the same. And this session by Professor Dr. A.P. Singh sir was then followed by the presidential address by Professor Dr. Venkat Rao sir, where he addressed the difference between the traditional teaching methods and the new emerging contours of online teaching. He also suggested how one should ensure the active participation by the students by encouraging them and developing a sense of inquiry by helping them explore the various dimensions of any given legal problem or circumstance. The next session was then taken up by Professor Dr. T.V. Subbarao sir again, wherein he gave valuable insights and takeaways, at least for me. He suggested the various approaches, like the experimental and the exploratory approaches that can be used while teaching. And a very important thing that I feel I take as a takeaway here is how he compared teaching to the process of a smooth takeoff and a smooth landing of an airplane. And for being a successful teacher, he also gave us these 9 steps that are to be followed. For being a successful teacher, he suggested primarily the mantra as to how one can be a successful teacher, for which he says that once you enter a class, there are certain things that one should keep in mind. The first is that when you start teaching, there are these certain things that you should use to refresh the memory of the students as to what has been taught in the last class. And then one should introduce the topic and the method that would be adopted so as to teach in the present class. And once active discussion and engaging and enriching experiences have been taken up, one should summarize what has been taught in the class. And while doing so, one must strictly stick to the timelines or the lesson plans that one has prepared for the given subject. Now, coming to yesterday's sessions, there were 3 sessions that we had, primarily focusing on 3 specific subjects that are very important subjects, as they are delivered as compulsory papers in almost all major universities, be it in a 3-year program or a 5-year integrated law program. So the 3 papers that we had discussed were constitutional law, jurisprudence, and international human rights law, and primarily with regard to how these papers are expected to be taught. So the first session that was there was taken up by Professor Dr. T.V. Subbarao sir, wherein he spoke about teaching constitutional
Sorry
law.
to interdict, Kanika, can you please expedite? Actually, we have
Yeah,
other
yeah, sure.
participants also. Yeah,
Yes,
just
yes, sure.
5 to 8 minutes
Yes.
is maximum
So-
for reserved for a participant.
Yes. So, sir basically not only gave us guidance with regard to constitutional law, but also certain general things that could be taken up for other subjects also. For example, those 9 specific steps that he spoke of, there are certain steps from these that can be applicable for all subjects generally. For example, your setting of the objectives, evolving the course content, using the ICT tools, and also to select the appropriate evaluation methods. Now, with regard to ICT tools, for me as an IPR faculty, they have been of great relevance and help to me, as I teach some papers which are a bit technical where graphical representation at times is required. So they have been of great help. The second session was taken up by Professor Dr. Aladi Subramaniam sir, who spoke on the subject jurisprudence and how it holds an intrinsic value. So what is to be taught in jurisprudence, when it is to be taught, and how to be taught were areas that were primarily discussed, and major findings for that were given and shared as to what is the best method to go about it. Now, concluding with the last session that happened with Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir, he primarily focused on 2 areas. One is teaching international human rights law, and the other is researching in human rights law area. So with regard to teaching, he suggests that one should emphasize on the conventions and the international instruments, and also the drafting history and the debates, and also with regard to how they can have an impact on the domestic law with regard to the mandates that they carry. Now, talking of the legal research area, he gave us this 3-point thing with which I would just conclude, which is about trying and identifying your research objectives, your research questions, and particularly focusing on the literature review, and also trying and exploring the new and emerging areas of international human rights law. So these have been my observations and takeaways in the last 2 days. And with this, I would like to conclude and thank VIPS for having organized this FDP. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and over to you, Navjeet ma'am.
Thank you, Kanika. I reiterate again, all the participants need to adhere to the time limit. 5 to 7 minutes is the time allowed to each one of you. So please bear that in mind when you talk. Thank you so much, Kanika. I now call upon Ms. Mohita Yadav, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda School of Law and Legal Studies, VIPS, to share her takeaways.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mohita Yadav, Assistant Professor, VSLLS VIPS. I would like to thank Professor Dr. R. Venkata Rao, sir, Chairperson, VSLLS VIPS, Professor Dr. T.V. Subbarao, sir, our Dean, Professor Dr. Rashmi Salpekar, Associate Dean, Professor J. Ravindran, sir, and member coordinators for organizing this FTP in such difficult times. It is my pleasure to receive an opportunity for presenting today what I have learned till now. I would like to first sum up my learnings from the enlightening sessions of Professor Subbarao, sir. In these sessions, I have learned important techniques from sir, and I will also inculcate them in my behavior, as sir rightly said, that intrinsic motivation is an art adopted by an individual teacher, and motivation is something that directs individuals' behavior. Sir rightly said that the biggest challenge for any teacher is to choose appropriate method of teaching. And any teacher needs to know 7 steps, that is to observe, analyze, recall, implement, conclude, summarize, and make recommendations. Sir also discussed various techniques like micro-teaching, classroom flipping, and I'm sure that if they will be implemented in the classroom, they will be very effective. Like in classroom flipping, we first give homework to our students and then discuss that in classroom, so that students already have some ideas in advance. Sir also briefed us on what is teacher-centric, learner-centric, and curriculum-centric approach, and we need to adopt learner-centric approach while teaching so that the focus is more on students. With reference to teaching constitutional law, Sir told us that let the students understand goals and values of the Constitution. When we start teaching constitutional law, first we need to make students understand that what is constitution, what is constitutional law, and what is constitutionalism. Sir also talked about transformative constitutionalism. Judges like Justice Joseph Shine in Navtej Singh Johhar's case have acclaimed that they have adopted transformative constitutionalism. Sir also focused on the importance of grasping black letter rule by the students from the bare text and how to apply them to new patterns and situations. Sir rightly said that a teacher must, while teaching, see that students understand seemingly minor changes in the leading facts leading to diverse decisions. For example, how the same set of facts and same bench gave different decisions in Karti Ranning Rawat case and Anwar Ali Sarkar case. He also mentioned about the importance of using concurrent judgments, and today we need to touch upon recent constitutional law decisions, as constitutional law has its implications in all fields of law. From amongst the other important things which I have learned, one of them is that it is a duty of every law teacher to tell their students how to write a case comment. They should be told about the basic parameters about case comments, like giving citations, articles involved, brief facts, issues involved, previous decisions, ratio decidendi, and letting the students to appreciate obiter dicta as well, because it will be used in other decisions and cases. Another strategy that Sir talked about is that we need to evolve and evaluate course contents and steps. And there is a difference in between curriculum and syllabus. Curriculum requires goals to be set, and syllabus is specifications of the topics. Besides that, we have course outline also, in which teachers have full autonomy. He referred to the books like God Saves the Honorable
Sorry for
Supreme.
interrupting, Mohita. Can you please sum up?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Then next, Professor Dr. Aladi Subramaniam explained that how jurisprudence connects to every subject on earth, be it sociology, economy, philosophy, etc. And we should frame the syllabus depending upon the aptitude of a student. He also briefed us upon cognitive, affective, and psychomoral domain. Sir told us the steps of knowledge like remembering, understanding, applying, and evaluating. Lastly, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha discussed the teaching techniques of international human rights law. He explained how economic development model is interlinked with human rights development model, and development is important to eliminate poverty. At the end, I would like to sum up by saying again what was mentioned by Subbarao sir, that all the law subjects keep on evolving, so we will have to assess the challenges in every subject. With this, I would like to thank you for patient listening, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mohita. I would request all the participants if they could just share what their own individual learning is from the last sessions, not to repetitively talk about the same things over and over again. That would be really, really nice of you. With this, I now call upon Mr. Muthukumar B, Assistant Professor of Law at Government Law College, at Government Law College, Madurai, to share his learnings with us.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, yes, loud and
So,
clear.
good afternoon to distinguished professors, organizers, and co-participants. Firstly, I thank VLS School of Law for organizing this event and making all participants busy, not only in hearing lectures, but also preparing right up at the end of every day. The thing is, Professor Venkata Rao sir as well as Subbarao sir mentioned about the dangers and disadvantages of online education, but I couldn't see any difference in the lectures, the same as like in real-time classrooms. Venkata Rao sir, I have heard his speech in different seminars and conferences. Unfortunately, I'm not his student. He provides gamut of information beyond law in different way, different style. Similarly, Subbarao sir with same enthusiasm, and the body language also didn't change in online mode of education. But thing is, I miss his humor substantially in online mode of education. The rest of the things is same, is similar. I'm happy about the way that they go. And moreover, I congratulate the VLS School of Law for bringing eminent senior most law academicians around the India and in disseminating their experience in law and research. It's not simply we can say knowledge, it's teaching and as well as research. in law. So coming to this, I'm going to say what I have learned in the past 2 days. That is something new I have learned. I'm not going to repeat anything else. The first thing is from Professor Venkata Rao sir. I was in a notion that 5-year law course was brought by Madhava Menon in NLS, but that notion was wrong. Venkata Rao sir says only few people know that it was brought in Bangalore University as well as in private law college in Andhra Pradesh. This was new to me. From this event only I came to know. Then he mentioned so many aspects with regard to legal management. He mentioned legal risk management. And from dispute resolution, dispute adjudication, we are moving to dispute avoidance. This was something new to me. And he mentioned 3 foreign law schools were acting as a trendsetter in bringing a law course and making a transformation in the 21st legal education. That was new something. And he mentioned that the difference, let's come to Subbarao sir. This was the 2 main things which I learned from Venkata Rao sir. Then Subbarao sir, so many things I learned from Subbarao sir. Moreover, I'm a constitutional law student. It's really, I am blessed to be part of this program because I learned so many things. So he mentioned about syllabus, curriculum, everything else, and I need some material relating to this one. Post has to help me. He mentioned 150 methods of teaching and condensed in 4 aspects. That is telling, doing, visual, and mental. So if we have any material with regard to 150 method of teaching, I will be happy. Then he mentioned 2 cases. Last speaker also spoke about that one. That is same set of facts with some little difference leads to a different judgment. He mentioned with regard to land acquisition laws as well as with regard to preamble. If you provide me the citation, it will be very helpful for me. Then he mentioned about various types of Socratic method. I have learned Socratic method, but not the various types involved in it. It's something new to me. And moreover, that is the teacher asks questions with some strategy, with some specific agenda. And moreover, he clubbed the case method as well as Socratic method in legal analysis. Then comes with regard to time base, that is when we teach constitutional, he mentioned that there is a problem. We can't complete the syllabus within the time frame. But he also mentioned the organization by a teacher in teaching a particular subject. That is must know and should know and nice to know. So if you concentrate must know, then we can, I think we can cover that particular subject. Then comes with regard to constitutional law, I have heard about constitutionalism and transformative constitutionalism, but he mentioned that constitutionalism starts from negative constitutionalism, then positive constitutionalism, then transformative constitutionalism, something new to me. Then he mentioned about judicial craftsmanship and strategy, how the new doctrines are evolving. I think Nariman has brought that chilling effect. Then from arbitrarness to manifest arbitrarness, then Chalameshwar's constitution's dark matter is something new to me. And the very interesting thing is he differentiated the reasonable, that is reasonable classification, reasonable restriction, and expanding the meaning of Article 21, just, fair, and reasonable. It's something so new, and you can do a research in that particular aspect. And so many things like this I have learned. And teaching of preamble, don't go into the intricacies of justice and equality and rely upon the jurisprudential aspect to teach that particular concepts. So this was something new to me. And coming to Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha sir, he has mentioned about when we teach human rights, actually we used to say generation of human rights. And he mentioned that in 1993 convention, there is a paragraph 5 which says that all human rights are equal, one and the same. There is no division like that. It's something new to me. Actually, we have to say this also to the students. And he brought that MNCs, they are more responsible than accountable. And to make them legally binding, they brought a draft convention in 2014, but it is one attempt, but it is fructified. Even in 2018 also the same thing. Then later also with regard to state responsibilities, the International Law Commission has drafted a particular thing, making state responsible for its action in 2001, but it is not brought it as a convention. And something new with regard to this pandemic aspect, that is health regulations 2005. So this is all something new which I learned from Manoj Kumar Sinha sir. Then from Haladi sir, I have heard, I used to say this one to students also, what Haladi sir said, that is reading newspaper. Which,
sir, a request to please wind up quickly.
Yeah, okay, just one minute. So which brings intrinsic value to students reading newspapers. So this is which all the things I have learned new in this particular program. I thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity and also providing me to speak in this particular summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I now call Ms. Megha Sadhu, Assistant Professor at National Law University, Odisha, to succinctly sum up the substance of the sessions for us. Ma'am, could you please do it in a time-bound manner?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Megha Sadhu, faculty at National Law University, Orissa. So first of all, I would like to thank Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies for giving me the opportunity to present in front of such eminent and great personalities of legal fraternity present here today. So here, if I'm to begin with the presentation, it would look very mechanical. So I've decided that I would begin with thanking the respected speakers instead, because had it not been them sharing their life experiences and their valuable experience with the respective law subjects, the fear in the subjects like jurisprudence and constitution would have remained in the minds of someone like me. So here to begin with, going back to session 1, so respected Amar Pal Singh sir shared how we as law teachers must focus on the teaching techniques and understand its importance. I'll come back to this at the end of it. Then I'm moving on to respected R. Venkata Rao sir, who beautifully spoke about the different national law schools and their emergence and how law has evolved over time and made its place. Now, Professor Rao also spoke about how the national law schools have played a significant role in making itself accessible to the people coming from small towns. Now, coming to respected Subba Rao sir, he spoke about the teaching learning methodology and how important it is for the teachers to attract each and every student's attention in class so that they do not sleep in class, which is a very important factor. So as a teacher, we should always pay attention to how we deliver a lecture and by what different means we can make a lecture interesting enough for the students to not sleep in class and pay attention to what is being taught. Now, being a student of law myself, when I was in my college days, we were always told by our respected professors that jurisprudence and constitution are the basics of law and that we must be thorough with the subject if we want to excel in the given field. Now, these sessions are taking me back to my student life, and thanks to all the eminent speakers for giving us an insight and adding a new perspective to the respective subjects. Now, as a learner and a beginner, what really caught my mind is when respected Subba Rao sir said that as a teacher, we must determine what is the need of an institution. Now, whether it is a learner-centric approach or a curriculum-centric approach, because an affiliated college or an university or a national law school may not follow the same approach. Here, I would really like to thank you, sir, for enlightening us on this part, because often we as teachers get confused and conscious on what study approach we should adopt. Now, coming to respected Subramaniam sir, it was an absolute pleasure listening to you, sir, and your guidance on the steps of knowledge, that is remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating, made me explore myself as a teacher once again and made me think that how by applying these steps I can improve as a teacher and impart knowledge to the students. Now, with reference to the same, I would like to quote respected Amar Pal Singh sir once again here, where on day 1, he very rightly pointed out that it's not about mere knowledge. It is about the way how we deliver the lecture in class. That makes a person a good teacher. So with this, I would like to conclude, and very sorry, this is all that I could sum up from the 2 sessions. I've definitely missed out on some very pertinent points here, but I've not missed out the opportunity to take running notes while attending the webinar. Now, this webinar is really helping me improve in my teaching learning approach, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megha. The next presenter is Ms. Neha Tripathi, Assistant Professor of Law at Maharashtra National Law University, Aurangabad.
Thank you, Navjeet ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay. A warm greetings to everyone, the organizing committee of VIPS, reputed dignitaries, my senior and fellow colleagues. This is Neha Tripathi, currently working as assistant professor at MNLU Aurangabad. I would like to begin by thanking the efforts taken up by VIPS for organizing this program, which is very carefully crafted to cover the diverse areas related to legal education. Last few days and upcoming days, no doubt, would be enriching for people like us who are new to this profession and share like-minded passion towards teaching. It is and will always be our pleasure to learn and grow in the shadows of stalwarts like Professor Venkata Rao, Professor Subba Rao, and others who have deep ingrained knowledge and have always been kind enough to share their knowledge with us. Few takeaways which are common to almost all the speakers is that legal education is very diversified and is ever changing, and therefore it's very important to actually focus on skill building. And as correctly pointed out by Professor Amarpal Singh, being leaders, teachers have the utmost responsibility to be accountable not only just to the students, but to the society in general. All the speakers struck the same chord when it comes to creation of a value system. So accordingly, it can be concluded validly that developing virtue, integrity, and trueness in with respect to oneself is of utmost importance. Further, no doubt that the points which have been mentioned out by the speakers will lay down a strong ethos for all of us. And when most of us will join and resume classes after in future, we will try to incorporate those teachings and experiences which we are gaining out of this FDP in our respective teaching methodologies. As far as teachings of Professor Subba Rao is concerned, he validly pointed out that teaching is very individualistic in nature, and so it is imperative for all of us to recognize and realize the responsibility we have not only towards the students, but the world in general. So apart from learning about various teaching methodologies and how to deal with subjects like constitutional law, jurisprudence, or international human rights law in a much better way, I would like to end by saying that this program will definitely take us long way in making a better out of ourselves, with focus on self-development and on creation of a value-centric society, which was pointed out by almost all the speakers uniformly. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Neha. Would Ms. Prerna Gulati, Assistant Professor at Ideal Institute of Management and Technology, be kind enough to come and present?
Yeah, thank you so much, Navjeet ma'am. A very warm afternoon to all the dignitaries and my fellow participants. I, Prerna Gulati, Assistant Professor of IIMT, first like to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity of presenting my report of Faculty Development Program. I shall be focusing on sessions of day 2 of Faculty Development Program, as much have been discussed already on day 1, and I understand the paucity of time also. So I have divided my report into 3 parts, and each one will consist of the different sessions that took place yesterday. So the first session, which was conducted by Professor Dr. T.V. Subba Rao, who apprised the participants about the fact that studying the behavioral patterns of the student is of utmost importance, because when we deduct the entry behavior from the terminal behavior, we would be able to understand clearly the benefit that have been accrued out of the lecture delivered. Sir not only acknowledged that teaching constitutional law is an everyday challenge, but also mentioned that the 9-step formula that can help in imparting impactful session, which was laid on evolving the strategy and the course content. The participants were also helped to remember the black letter rule, as that is one of the most significant key through which the imperfections and escape clauses can be distinguished along. And He also emphasized on the fact that the teachers shall organize their lecture in such a manner that a lot of importance is on judicial craftsmanship and strategy, wherein emphasis shall not only be laid on ratio decidendi but also on obiter dictum. The students shall be given a platform to understand the relevant things ignored and irrelevant things that have been taken into consideration by the judiciary. Now coming to the session of Professor Dr. Aladi Subramaniam. He actually focused on the participants on the significance of understanding the papers. The speaker in an exceptionally elaborative way clarified the close connection among reasoning and law and the manner in which an instructor can really comprehend the proper strategy and timing for presenting any subject point. He also focused that lecture plans for the law teachers should not implement because of their focus on the lecture plans, but also on the focus of their teaching skills. And lastly, coming to the session of Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, he elaborated his points focusing the possibility of human rights instruments and why it is a mandate. He also explained that when one needs to research on any topic related with international human rights law, then he should find out the research problem first, then focus on the hypothesis and research methodology, and lastly on the literature review. The best way to review the literature is by thoroughly reading the text from starting till the end, as it helps the researcher in deep analysis of the same. He also apprised the participants that business and human rights management establishes a relationship and regulation of law at national and international level. That is it with my report. I would like to conclude my presentation by thanking the organizers for such a wonderful experience by providing us this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon one of the stalwarts of VIPS, Professor Dr. Shilpa Khatri Baba, Professor and Director, Academic Excellence in Public Relations and Protocol of VIPS, to now share with us all her experiences from the FDP.
Ma'am, Shilpa ma'am isn't there. We were going for Shruti Goel ma'am.
Okay. Shruti Goel. Okay. The next speaker is Dr. Shruti Goel from Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab. She's an assistant professor of law there.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. I am Dr. Shruti Goel, Assistant Professor of Law at Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab, Patiala. First of all, I would like to thank the Vivekanand Institute of Professional Studies for providing me the opportunity to learn and hone my skills, which will go a long way in making my teaching more effective. This faculty development program has opened a sea of opportunities for me. Although I have been involved in online classroom teaching, but this is the first online program that I have attended in my 11 years of career as a teacher. This program has instilled confidence in me as I have learned the intricacies of information communication technology and has learned to blend this technology with face-to-face learning process. The faculty development program has helped me to understand that different techniques and methodologies can be followed for teaching different subjects of law, but however, the focus of a teacher should be learner-centric. As a teacher, I should be able to analyze the knowledge gained by my students at the end of the lecture. What I have seen through these 2 days is that a teacher is a good teacher if she or he is able to make the child inquisitive about the subject. Last but not the least, I would like to congratulate Professor Dr. Rashmi Salpekar for releasing a book focusing on the working of parliament sessions and the bills passed and elapsed in 2019. I hope that this book would help us to analyze and understand the work of parliamentarians so far. Thank you for giving me a patient listening. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We continue the recapitulation exercise with Ms. Swiyad from the Institute of Law, BIHER Chennai, as the next speaker.
We start with recapitulation. नहीं लीव नहीं मेरे को सुन क्यों नहीं रहा
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. This is Swati R, currently working as Assistant Professor of Law in Bharat Institute of Law, Chennai. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this FDP from VIPS for organizing such a wonderful FDP program. So, due to shortage of time, I would like to limit myself to yesterday's sessions. So, though yesterday's session was segmented into subjects, the sessions gave an idea about overall teaching aspects apart from the subject-specific details. The formula for benefit accrued by students would be helpful for assessing the actual output quality delivered by the teacher. Also, the point where the teacher can analyze oneself by calculating the subject knowledge of students before entering the class and after entering the class was really helpful, as I would be doing the same in my future classes. And teaching is not all about delivering mere lectures, but to enrich, upgrade, and update the students. And the reflections of one's teacher's teacher will always be present in the teacher. And I firmly believe in it because I've always experienced that. And a good teacher is not one who is learned, but learning. And a teacher is not born, a teacher is born, but not made. There are a few classical examples quoted by the resource persons yesterday. And teaching should always be made based out of learning outcome and not out of syllabus completion. How syllabus should be framed based on the aptitude and skills of the students after analyzing them, and how important are optional subjects, elective subjects, but unfortunately the current scenario of how these are handled in the present legal education, how a subject should be approached based on objective by which it is moduled, how constitutional law is evolving day to day, and how these contemporary issues have to be inculcated within the subject, how important is jurisprudence, which forms the base of many other subjects, and how international law is to be linked with the contemporary issues prevailing in and around the nation, were the major takeaways of yesterday's session. So with that, I would like to end my sum up. Thank you so much.
Yes, dear participants, now we need to close today's session. Rest of the presentations we will conduct tomorrow morning, like during 11 to 11:30. First, we will do those presentations, and after that, we will continue with tomorrow's session. Thank you so much for being with us for almost complete day, and that is also online. So hands off to your patience and also your cooperation to us. And good day. Take care. Stay safe. Tomorrow we will see you at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you.